Father in heaven, we thank you, we appreciate you. We say you are good, you are kind, you are loving, you are powerful, you are awesome. Blessed be thy name forevermore. In the name of Jesus. Daddy, we commit this program into your hands. We pray, oh Lord, that you take absolute control in the name of Jesus. As we begin, let your presence begin with us. Let your presence inhabit this place. Let your presence cover this place in the name of Jesus. Thank you, our Father, for in Jesus' unfailing name we have prayed.
Amen. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of us to this important occasion, important meeting, a 4-day workshop put together by the Ondo State Government through the Ondo State Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, as well as EFCC, ICPC, and our own Ondo State Public Complaint, Financial Crimes and Anti-Corruption Commission, for Local Government Service Commission, on Economic and Financial Administration for Local Government Councils in Nigeria. Once again, we are welcome. Today is the day the Lord has made. We are glad and we are rejoicing in it. And it is on this note that I would like to present to us once again this beautiful Monday morning our dear governor in Ondo State, the people's governor. I often say that man whose leadership carries double grace. My governor, your governor, our governor, His Excellency Dr. Lucky Orimisun Ayedatiwa. Your Excellency, I recognize you, sir. Oh, dear. Also on the top table, I would like to recognize the Speaker, Ondo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji, ably represented by Honorable Oluwatoyin Victor Japheth, the Deputy Chief Whip, Ondo State House of Assembly. He is also the Chairman, House Committee on Local Government. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Secretary to the Government of Ondo State, Dr. Taiwo Fashoranti. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. We have with us this day the Chairman of the largest party, the Chairman of APC in Ondo State, ably represented by the APC Chairman, Central Senatorial District, Honorable Festus Aregbeshola. I recognize you, sir. You're welcome. Also on the top table, we have the Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor, Prince Shegun Omojua. I recognize you, sir. You're welcome. I would like to recognize the head of bureaucracy, the #1 civil servant in Ondo State, Mr. Bayo Philip, the head of service. I recognize you, sir. You're welcome. Also on the top table, we have the Honorable Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Alhaji Amidu Takuro. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. I would like to recognize the presence of the Algon Chairman, who is also the Chairman of Akure South Local Government, Honorable Dr. Benga Donald Fashua. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Also seated on the top table, we have the Honorable Commissioner, the Chairman, Local Government Service Commission, Honorable Chief Femi Idris. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. I would like to recognize the Commandant of the Amotekun, Akogun Adetunji Adeleye. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. On the top table, we have Mr. Efa Okim, Acting Zonal Director, Benin Zonal Directorate of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The Benin Zonal Directorate comprises of Edo, Ondo, and Delta State. I welcome you to the Sunshine State, sir. We also have Mr. Tiku Menge Andrew, ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner Ondo, and Ekiti State. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Let me also recognize Professor Adeyeye Adewole, the Secretary, Ondo State Public Complaint, Financial Crime, and Anti-Corruption Commission. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. The members of the State Executive Council, I recognize you all, sirs. You are welcome. You all have been recognized earlier on. All the chairmen of our local government, I recognize you, sir. All the vice chairmen of local government, all chairmen of LCDAs, I recognize you. You are all welcome. All vice chairmen of LCDAs, all secretaries of local government and LCDAs, our permanent secretaries, I recognize all of us. We all have been recognized before now. Nolge, I recognize you. All our resource person, deputy house leaders, local government holders and LCDAs, local government secretaries, local government director of works, local government internal auditors. We are all welcome. And all our local government commissioners, we all have been recognized before now, so we can save our time. Distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, I recognize everyone. We are welcome. Your Excellencies, all of the parts of the protocols are respectfully observed. Without wasting our time, may I bring to the microphone now for the welcome address the Honorable Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Alhaji Amidu Takuro. Please let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Alhaji Takuro.
Your Excellency, our own dear Governor, the People's Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa. The Speaker of Ondo State House of Assembly, ably represented by Honorable Japhet Oluwatoyin. The Secretary to the State Government of Ondo State, I recognize you. The Chief of Staff to the Governor, I recognize you. Our party chairman, I recognize you. The head of service, permit me to stand on already established protocol. Without wasting much of our time, Your Excellency, on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, I want to sincerely appreciate your presence here today. Let me start by welcome address by the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs of Ondo State at the opening of the 4-day sensitization training for political office holder and top management staff of local government in Ondo State held at the International Center for Culture and Events, the Dome, on Monday, 28 July 2028. On behalf of the entire staff and management of Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, I welcome all participant resource persons and invited dignitaries to this important workshop. I'd like to specifically welcome Mr. Governor and to extend our sincere gratitude to him for his unwavering commitment to strengthening the local government system in our dear state. His visionary leadership and consistent support and approval have made this crucial gathering a reality, and for that, we are truly grateful, sir. To our distinguished local government chairman, vice chairman, secretary, and all dedicated top management staff of the local government, I welcome you most heartily. Your presence here today signifies your commitment to effective governance, your dedication to public service, and your readiness to embrace new ideas and strategies for the betterment of our communities. This sensitization training has been meticulously put together by our ministry with the full backing of Mr. Governor to address critical aspects of local governance. We recognize that the local government is the closest tier of government to our people, and as such, it bears the primary responsibility for delivering essential services and fostering grassroots development. Specifically, this workshop is designed to enhance capacity by equipping participants with contemporary knowledge and skill required for efficient and effective local government administration, promote synergy, and foster a stronger working relationship and understanding between political office holder and career civil servant to ensure a cohesion approach to governance. Reinforce accountability by reiterating the principle of transparency, accountability, the prudent financial management, which are hallmark of good governance. This is to ensure that corruption among political office holder and management staff is completely eliminated, or at worst be reduced to the minimus level. Address energy issues by providing veritable platform to discuss current challenges and explore innovative solutions for improved service delivery and community development. The Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs is fully committed to providing the necessary support and guidance to all local government areas. We believe that a well-informed, well-equipped, and highly motivated local government workforce is indispensable for achieving our collective development goals. I urge all participants to actively engage in these sessions. In this session, share your experiences, ask pertinent questions, and make the most of this invaluable opportunity. The knowledge and insight gained here will undoubtedly contribute significantly to your performance and by extension to the overall progress of Ondo State. Once again, I welcome you all to this sensitization training. May your deliberation be fruitful and may the outcome translate into tangible improvement in the life of our people. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. God bless you as well, sir. We want to take short goodwill messages now. We don't want to keep us waiting here, so we can allow His Excellency to attend all the programs. And it is on this note that I would like to bring to the microphone now the Acting Zonal Director of EFCC, Mr. Efa Okim, the Acting Zonal Director, Benin Zonal Directorate of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Okim.
Good morning, His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State. For want of time, I would beg to stand on the established protocol. I bring greetings from my Executive Chairman, Mr. Olakayode, who has permitted me to be here today with my team. The effort of the Governor, as we see here today, should be commended. The EFCC, as a commission, is available and ready to fight fraud and corruption at all levels, starting from the preventive level, which is what we are doing here now, the proactive level, and the reactive level. So I've come here today with my team of facilitators who are going to take us through very inciting slides to sensitize us, enlighten us, enhance our capacity on various knowledge areas stemming from abuse of office, misappropriation, procurement processes, and all of that. This collaboration is very key and must be sustained. We will not succeed in this struggle if we don't keep this conversation. We won't go far if we don't continue talking to ourselves. The world has moved on. Let's give man, humanity, his pride. As against primitive accusation of wealth by individuals, the world have embraced collective wealth, where the wealth of the people are given to the people and not just to individuals. A situation where individuals will want to be richer than the local government, richer than the state, richer than the country, is not too good. We must give back to the people. Our government must be seen to be responsible. Our people deserve the best. God has given us the best. So we must get the best. Good roads, hospitals, schools, aged homes, to mention but a few. So I want to believe that as we listen to the facilitators take us through this insightful slides, we're going to gain and enhance capacity in those knowledge areas, so that when we go back to our offices, we will do nothing other than doing the right thing. The governor is not joking. He has demonstrated this to let us know that he's ready to partner with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. And he's starting in the right way. Starting in the right way to mean that letting you know the don'ts and the do. So that if after this sensitization and enlightenment, you decide to do anything in the contrary or try to circumvent the system, you will be made to face the consequence or consequences. And that's why I'm very sure he ensured that he makes himself here today physically present to be part of this effort as part of his initiative. So I enjoin all of us to listen keenly, to internalize what is told to us here today, and to take it home to practice, so that at the end of the day, Nigeria will be that country we all desire. Good day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okim. And the next goodwill message is from Mr. Tiku Menge Andrew, ICP Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Ondo, Ekiti State.
Good morning, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Dr. Lucky Orimesi Ayida Tiwa, the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, the Speaker of Ondo State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge of Ondo State Ondo State, head of other security agencies in Ondo State. Please permit me to stand on already laid down protocol. I bring to you a goodwill message from the Honorable Chairman, ICPC. I read, goodwill message of the Honorable Chairman, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliu, SAN, at the 4 days sensitization pro workshop for local government political office holders and management staff. Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the Honorable Commissioner on the State Ministry Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs for organizing this timely workshop for political office holders and management staff to arm them with the requisite knowledge to handle the affairs of the local government councils. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is Nigeria's pioneer anti-graft agency, saddled with the responsibility of combating corruption and promoting transparency and accountability in both the public and private sectors. ICPC investigates, prosecutes, and prevents corruption, and also educate the public and enlist their support in fighting against corruption. The ICPC Act 2000 governs the activities of the Commission. To the participants, your role as political office holders and management staff of the local government council, which include but not limited to presiding over council meetings, supervising the activities of the local government, economic planning, taxation, implementing policies, and maintaining essential services like road, markets, waste disposal, etc., must be carried out with integrity. You are encouraged to imbibe accountability, transparency, the principles and doctrine of due process as enshrined in our laws. You are expected to embark on projects that you are certain you can complete. Equip yourselves with procurement procedures as well as respect by our laws. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to the government of Ondo State for making this event a reality, and it is our hope that the relationship and synergy between the state and the Commission will continue to wax stronger for the overall good of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And the next goodwill message is from Professor Adeyeye Adewale, the Secretary, Ondo State Public Complaints, Financial Crimes and Anti-Corruption Commission. Please let's put our hands together for Prof.
Special greetings to my governor and our governor. Thank you, sir. I want to stand on the existing protocols because of time. Let me say, without mincing word, that Ondo State is truly lucky. Lucky in the sense that I begin to, as an anti-corruption practitioner, I begin to think of a situation where both the state anti-corruption and the federal, we have a platform like this where we now decide to impact our people for proper governance. So truly, I want to appreciate that. And without wasting time, I recognize that with this particular program, there is a synergy and a commitment of all relevant anti-corruption agencies within our own terrain to work together, at least to help us push governance to a new level. On those states, I want to believe that on those states, under this particular dispensation, shall climb up governance ladder, in terms of anti-corruption index. Without wasting time, I want to say that on those state Public Complaint, Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Commission shall make necessary contribution to this to our participants. So at the end of the day, we shall be able to impact and enhance their capacity for wonderful and much more productive exercise. I therefore want to enjoy participants to make the best of this opportunity so that at the end of the day, they can impact their respective local government. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate you, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let me invite the governor of Ondo State, the captain of our ease, His Excellency, Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, for the keynote address, and he will also declare this workshop open. Odatiwa.
You may have your seat. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let me say good morning to all of us. especially all our facilitators from different agencies, both at the federal level and at the state, and all our commissioners, council chairmen, all the workers, the political leaders at the local government level, all of you that are here, I say good morning to all of us. It's good to see your faces. I've not seen some of you in a long while, but this kind of meet will bring you back to the center. So it's good to have all of you here. Let me acknowledge the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Taiwo Fasoranti, the representative of the chairman of our party, Engineer Ade Timei, who is represented here by Honorable Festus Aregbesola, the Central Senatorial APC chairman, the Chief of Staff, Prince Mojua, Head of Service, Mr. Bayo Phillips, the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Alhaji Hamidu Takuro. Let me also acknowledge the Speaker. Please pardon me, I'm supposed to have done that. The Speaker, Ondo State House of Assembly, the second arm of government, or one of the arms, because they don't want to agree. Sometimes, who is represented by Honorable Jaffet, the Deputy Chief Whip and Chairman House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. Please pardon me, I recognize it specially. Don't report me to Mr. Speaker that I changed the order of protocol because he wasn't on seat. You know, he has a man of great evidence, so if he's the one that was by my side, I won't forget. So, let me acknowledge all our commissioners that are here, even though they are not officially or by design of this program to be part of it as participants, but they've chosen to be here. Though not all of them, but majority of them are here. I recognize all of you. Thank you so much for coming a large number. I'm State Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology. Very punctual. Professor Igbekele Ajibefun. I recognize you as a point of contact to all other commissioners that are here. And Mr. Bola Taiwo, or Comrade Bola Taiwo, Special Advisor, Special Duties. He's doing a lot of special duties, no particular way, but he's a utility officer. Former Norgay President, Comrade Bola Taiwo. This is your constituency. Well done. Let me also acknowledge all the council chairmen that are here. But before I recognize, I recognize the chairman, Local Government Service Commission, Mr. Femi Idris. I recognize you. All local government council chairmen that are here, LCD chairmen, and members of your committee, vice, all of you, I recognize you specially. Our collaborators, where we have also drawn some facilitators from their agencies. Let me first of all acknowledge and thank Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, for collaborating with us on this day. Represented here by the Acting Zonal Director, Benin Zone Directorate, of Economic and Financial Crime Commission, Mr. Efa Okim. Thank you for coming. I represent you specially. And thank you for that goodwill message also to let us know what you are out to do. You know, preventive, proactive, and reactive measure. And you have said this is a preventive measure that has brought your agency here today, which is the best way. You know, they always say prevention is better than cure. So I believe with the knowledge that we gain here today from your agencies, where we have picked some facilitators to also share with us, I believe the administration at the local government level and also at the state level will be better in terms of transparency, accountability, and service delivery to our people. Thank you so much. Let me also acknowledge Mr. Tikumenge Adru of ICPC. Thank you so much for honoring us and being here. He's the resident anti-corruption commissioner for Ondo State and Ekiti State. And for our own Ondo State Public Complaint, Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Secretary, Professor Adeye Adewale. Thank you also for here. You are a resident, so you are our own. But we are also giving you an opportunity to be part of this so that there will be, you know, sharing of ideas as it's being done at the national level and also here at the state level, at the subnational. Let me also acknowledge all secretaries of local government that are here, all head of local government administration that are here, members of NOGE, local government employees, all stakeholders from the local government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this important sensitization workshop for political office holders and top management staff of the local government of our dear state. All the permanent secretaries that are here, let me use the permanent secretary, Minister of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs as a point of contact to all of you. Let me quickly inform all participants that this is not just a workshop, but a conscious effort by our administration to strengthen governance at the grassroots level in Ondo State through enhancing administrative capacity and accountability with a view to repositioning the local government system for quality service delivery to the local populace. As we are all aware, the local government is the closest tier of government to the people. We always say that the traditional rulers in their various domains, when you talk about grassroots mobilization for positive change and any positive direction, that the traditional institutions are very key and they are domiciled in one local government or the other. So the local government administration that actually oversee the chieftaincy affairs and interact with the traditional institution can be said to be the closest tier of government to the people. It is also a part of the foundation upon which every democratic society is built, and its effectiveness helps in the overall development of any state. In some countries, they are regarded as county and, you know, but here we call them local governments. So the role of local government in providing basic amenities, maintaining peace and order, stimulating economic growth and ensuring inclusive development cannot be overemphasized. However, in recent years, our local government have been confronted with myriads of challenges, ranging from poor service delivery, mismanagement of resources, low capacity for policy implementation, to weak accountability frameworks. These have undermined the trust of our people in this important tier of government and hindered our developmental aspirations. You cannot blame the people because you cannot give what you don't have. And for us to perform better, because there is no system that is perfect anywhere in the world. That is why there is continuous improvement. In some plan, they call it CSI, continuous service improvement. So there's room for development, there's room for increase or enhance capacity. And that is why we are here today, to further enlighten us, to unlearn, learn and relearn, so that we can perform better than the way we are performing now. This workshop, therefore, is a deliberate intervention aimed at reversing this trend. It is an opportunity to equip our political leaders and top local government managers with the requisite knowledge, tools, and orientation required to perform their duties with competence, transparency, and a deep sense of responsibility. As political office holders, you were elected or appointed, some of you, to serve the people. Service must be your guiding principles. You have a sacred duty to ensure good governance and promote the welfare of the citizens. To our top government officers, your responsibility is equally critical. You are the engine room of administration at the local government level. I'm talking about the organs now and the rest. And your commitment, professionalism, and adherence to due process are essential for effective governance. I urge you to see yourselves as partners in progress and not mere bureaucrats. The success of any government policy at the grassroots depends heavily on your capacity, competence, and integrity. Our administration is determined to entrench a culture of accountability, efficiency, people-focused, and result-oriented governance in all tiers of government. To this end, we shall continue to support initiatives that promote transparency, fiscal discipline, and effective monitoring and evaluation of the local government at the local government level. It is on this basis that the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs was mandated by me to organize this workshop in collaboration with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, and our own Ondo State Public Complaints, Financial Crimes and Anti-Corruption Commission agency. Let me just also at this time recognize the commander of Amotekun, Akogbadeleye. That is our own security outfit, and I'm glad that he's also here. Thank you so much for coming. Even though yours is more of security, you know they do their security in financial area. So your security, protection of lives and property. The collaboration is good. Thank you so much. We are also committed to deepening democratic governance and local government autonomy. You know, so much is being said in this area, the clamoring for autonomy. We are not opposed to it. not at all, but must happen within the confines of the law, providing the necessary guidance, amendment, and creating an enabling environment for you to succeed in the local government system. Let me just say this, that much has been said about local government autonomy, the Supreme Court judgment, and then the act that created the JAC, joint account of local government, state, and all that. But let's wait until after this current constitutional review that is ongoing. Let's see how all of these things will be tied together. The law has to be clear and straight, and so that we'll be running our administration at the local government level in accordance with the law. So we'll not be violating any aspect of the Constitution. This is very important. However, you must note that with autonomy comes responsibility. So if you are seeking for autonomy, we support it within the confines of the law, but a lot of responsibility also comes with it. We expect all local government leaders to justify the trust reposed in them by demonstrating good governance, prudent management of resources, and a strong commitment to grassroots development. At this juncture, I must acknowledge the caliber of eminent resource persons who have been assembled to do justice to the various topics of this seminar. While not preempting them, I feel obliged to reiterate that this workshop aims specifically to achieve some of the following. 1, to enhance understanding of governance principles. It is expected that this workshop will delve into the tenets of good governance, which include transparency, accountability, citizens' participation, rule of law, and equity. These are not mere buzzwords. They are the bedrock upon which effective and legitimate governance is built. 2, to strengthen leadership and management capabilities. Effective leadership is crucial for mobilizing resources, motivating staff, and fostering community engagement. This training will provide insight into modern management techniques, strategic planning, and efficient resource allocation. 3, to promote synergy and collaboration. The challenges facing our local council are multifaceted and require a coordinated approach. This training will foster greater understanding and collaboration between political office holders and career civil servants, as well as within the political class in the local government. We have been inundated with reports of rancor and acrimony that exist among chairmen and their councillors. You are all partners in progress, and seamless collaboration is vital for achieving shared goals. 4, to deepen understanding of constitutional rules and responsibilities. Clarity of roles are essential to avoid overlap, conflicts, and inefficiencies. This training will emphasize the specific functions and powers vested in local governments by our Constitution, ensuring that you operate within the legal framework and deliver on your mandate. And 5, to address contemporary challenges. No society is static in this world. There's always evolution. And that evolution comes with challenges, yearnings, and aspiration, which is unending. But where we are for now, contemporary challenges and issues will also be raised, and how to also address them. From improving internal revenue generation to enhancing public service delivery and from addressing environmental concerns to fostering security at the grassroots, local governments face unique challenges. Because every crime happens in one local government or the other. The state is not just Akure. The state, Ondo State, is comprised of the entire 18 local government. So any issue that is raised anywhere or any crime, it is happening in one local government or the other. Even the state government in Akure is in Akure South local government. This training will provide a platform to discuss these issues and explore innovative solutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to express my profound gratitude to the organizers of this workshop, particularly the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and other agencies concerned with prudent management of public funds in Nigeria and Ondo State for their foresight in convening this timely and strategic engagement. I have no doubt that your insight and perspectives at this workshop will enhance efficient and effective service delivery at the local government level. Finally, let me remind you all that you are stewards of public trust, including myself. The people look up to all of us, you and I, for leadership, direction, and results. You must not disappoint them. I urge every participant to take the knowledge gained here back to your respective local governments and put them into practice. Let them reflect on how you plan, how you manage resources, how you engage with your communities, and how you measure your successes. I charge you all to pay rapt attention to all the sessions and avoid any unwarranted distractions and absenteeism. Just don't come for the opening and register and later japa locally throughout the workshop. Together, let us build a local government system that is accountable, responsive, and truly committed to the welfare of our people. On this note, it is my pleasure to declare this workshop open to the glory of God and the benefits of the people, as I wish you all insightful and successful deliberation in the workshop. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you. We appreciate what you are doing in Ondo State. And we pray that the Lord will strengthen you the more in the name of Jesus. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to invite the chairman of Algon, who is also the chairman of Akure South Local Government, Dr. Honorable Benga Donat Fashua, for the vote of thanks.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, my job here is very simple, which is vote of thanks. On behalf of all the participants of this workshop that you have just declared open, we want to express our unmeasurable gratitude and appreciation for you, for this good gesture of what you have brought for us. We understand what it means for an investment of an insightful workshop of this kind. Like we all know, education, information is very pertinent to development. For us, as Spirit Elect, all participants, we want to assure you that we will make judicious use of this privilege opportunity granted unto us. Thank you, Thank you, and we say thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We want to appreciate everyone for coming. We ask that the good Lord will continually be with us in the name of Jesus. We want to end this particular session now. Then we allow the participants to continue after the state anthem and the national anthem and after the group photograph. Shall we rise up as we take the anthems? We want to have the group photograph together with the members of the top table now. Let's come downstairs, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seats so that we can commence the tea break before the lectures commence, to allow people actually settle down. Please let's take our seats. Please let's take our seats. We don't have time on our hands. Thank you very much. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó. We want to invite the caterers to begin to serve those that are sitting down. Tea break. Please let's take our seats. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm asked to inform you that for the tea break, you actually go to the stand. Let's start from members of the top table, followed by the members of ESCO, the local government chairman, the permanent secretaries, the orga. Please let's follow each other in this succession plan. Members of the top table first for tea break. Members of the top table first. The local government chairman will follow after them for tea break, please. I'm told that they don't serve cheese on the table, that you come there for your choice. Tea break, please. Members of the top table first. Local government chairman after them. The permanent secretaries that are seated. Permanent secretary here after the local government chairman. The organ. Next. Please, because of our time, we don't have up to 30 minutes for the tea break. Please, let's be fast about it. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure to recognize the Acting Auditor General for Local Government Ondo State, Mr. Atiaro Sunday. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's settle down for the business of the day. I want to appeal to those at the back to please occupy vacant seats in front. All vacant seats in front must be occupied, please. We're about commencing the business of the day. The reason we are here. Please let's settle down. I also want to appeal that all vacant seats in front should be occupied. I want to appeal again to those at the back. Please, let's occupy the vacant seats in front so that we can start. Thank you very much. The lecture we have now is compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, laws and regulations. That is the topic we have now. Compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, laws and regulations. Please let's settle down because of our time. We have 4 lectures to cover today. The better for us when we start early so that you don't leave here 6 or 7 p.m. I want to invite our resource persons to the top table. The resource person to deliver the topic compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, laws and regulations. And for this session, we want to invite Honorable Chief Femi Idris, the Chairman, Local Government Service Commission, to chairman this occasion. A round of applause for him. Please chair him to the top table. Thank you very much. God bless you. The seats in front are still vacant. Please, for video coverage purpose, it will not be good that seats are vacant in front. Please, I want to appeal to all those at the back to please occupy all the vacant seats in front. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. God bless you. May God honor you. Ẹniwájú ni yẹ ẹni dèrò ẹ̀yìn. Ti ṣàmì mi gbọ́. Please, let's occupy all the vacant seats in front. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. We're about starting. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó, a ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan tá wá ṣe ń bí lónìí nìyẹn. And we have 4 lectures. I want to appeal again that we sit down and let this segment commence. Thank you very much. I appreciate those that are still walking around. Please sit down. Let's commence. I want to invite the resource person to deliver the lecture, Compliance with Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing, Laws and Regulations. Please, can we have the resource person? Please chair him with a round of applause. This is Sunshine State and we are very friendly people. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún pàtẹ́wọ́, àtẹ́wọ́ tó rinlẹ̀. jẹ́ ká kí wọn káàbọ̀ àbí inú yóò dùn pé wọ́n wà ń bí tí inú yóò bá dùn ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ o. I can still see some vacant seats in front here. Please, I want to appeal. Prophecy ni o, that seat was actually meant for the members of the ESCO. But promotion, please sit down there. Ta ló sọ pé you know the members of the ESCO lọ́la. Please occupy the seats. These seats that are in front. I like you, Jare brother. I like the bravery. I'm still waiting. These seats are still vacant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May God honor you. Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ o. There are still some vacant seats. Thank you for that mommy that is joining them. Kò yẹ káwọn obìnrin gbẹ̀yìn náà. Are you ready? Our resource person, are you ready? Okay, you want to stand there. I think this place is better. We want to see your face up there. Okay. As you like it, sir. Where's the mic? Hello. Hello. Oh, thank you very much. I'm grateful. I just want to know that we're all alert and ready for the session in which we are now. Like I said, the topic is compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws and regulation. And to present this topic is Mr. Ibrahim Boyi, Head Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering. And that is a very handsome man you saw standing in front just now. Pardon? Okay. EFCC Benin Zonal Command. Over to you. Please jam your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So as she rightly said, my name is Ibrahim A. Boyi. Dictative of the Economics and the Financial Crimes Commission, Benin Zonal Directorate. So currently, I'm the head, the Special Control Unit against money laundering. So I'll be talking to you on this important subject, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and of recent, counter-proliferation financing of weapon of mass destruction. Of course, we have the existing laws and the regulations against these menaces. So it's very important that you understand what are these menaces, that is the money laundering, terrorism financing, and what? Proliferation of weapon of mass destruction. Yes, for you to understand this subject matter cannot be overemphasized. And the compliance with the existing laws and the regulation that guide us against money laundering and terrorism financing in this country is very, 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 very important at the cost of discharging your responsibilities as public office holders, or as we call it professionally, politically exposed persons. I hope you all know that here, being either elected or nominated into government positions, that automatically qualifies you to be a PEP. That is the politically exposed persons. As a result of that, you are already vulnerable by virtue of your positions, either appointed, nominated, be it at the state or at the local level. You are a politically exposed person. So for you to understand this concept and comply with the extant laws and the regulation that govern or that try to control these offenses is very, very key. So let's look at it. Money laundering, terrorism financing, and I said of recent proliferation of weapons. These are serious economics and financial crimes that no sector is exempted from complying with these extant laws and the regulation. Of course, we all know what is happening in the country, more especially the recent trend of terrorist activities all over the Federation, where it has started like a joke in the north. I think it has taken over basically all over the country. So that is why there is need for these regulations to exist, and public servant or any other persons who is in charge of dealing with the public should understand these regulations and put measures or comply with the measures that are put in place in order to save the country from these menaces. So let's quickly look at, when we are talking of money laundering, at least being a publicly or politically exposed person, you have been seeing it. In fact, some of you were even invited to our office for questioning, bordering around what? This money laundering, or you have seen it on the pages of newspaper so person has been charged, acquitted, or even convicted for money laundering. So in a layman's language, let me just try to go straight to the point. When you see or when you heard of money laundering, so this picture simply explains what money laundering is without even saying a word. It's trying to explain what money laundering is. Of course, you can see there the financial crimes, different types of financial crimes, being it corruption, bribery, tax evasion, kickbacks, and what have you. These are all forms of what? Financial crimes. And you can see in the other picture there, it's trying to what? To hide money. Right? I hope it's clear. So one committing the offense, the other one is what? Hiding the proceeds from the offense that was committed. So that is typically what money laundering is, without wasting much of your time. Engage in any form of what? Financial crimes that fetch you some funds, and you want to hide that fund from either law enforcement, your employer, or any other person, and you don't want the person to know that you are in possession of that money. Being an accountant and an organization, you are in possession of a huge amount of money, and you don't want your employer to know that you are in possession of that amount of money, probably as a result of the activities that makes you have that money. And engage in what? A process in which you hide it so that your employer will not know that you have that kind of money. That is money laundering. It might be anything that you engaged in to conceal or hide that money. It could be from law enforcement. It could even be from a family members. You are in possession of money. You know, when you go home, your wife or your husband will ask you, how did you come about this money? And you can't be able to tell your wives or your husband that you have committed a financial crime to get this money. So you want to hide that money. Maybe you give it to another person to keep it for you, or you even take it to banks, into your bank account, so that nobody will know you are in possession or you have that kind of money. That is what typically money laundering is. So if somebody is being charged for money laundering, that is what the person has been charged for. So he's trying to hide the money he obtained from committing an economics and financial crimes commission. Economics and financial crimes. How I'm communicating, please? Next slide, please. So when you look at it here, funds or properties obtained from a criminal activities. That criminal activities that you engage in to enable you obtain the funds or property is what is called money laundering predicate offense. So you might have committed a predicate offense. Could have been what? Act of bribery, corruption, or abuse of office. You obtained that money, you are in possession of that money, so you make an attempt or effort or any process you partake to conceal or hide that money, probably to disguise the origin of that money, which is very important. You want to disguise it. You want to make sure that the money is not known that is actually coming from committing a financial crimes. Or probably you want to avoid what? Payment of tax, which is of course an economic crime. So you now engage in an activities to conceal so that that money will not be traced to you completely. That is what is called money laundering. Then for someone to assist in removal of the money from one jurisdiction to another. So it's not only committing the offense, it's not only committing the predicate offense and hiding the money that constitutes money laundering. So it means somebody who is your head or an associate or even a service provider, a business person, assists you in achieving the objectives of concealing that money. That action equally what? Is an act of what? Money laundering, because it's part of the process of what? Money laundering. So if the person assists in removing that money from one place to another or taking it from one jurisdiction to another with the sole objective of concealing or hiding this money from either law enforcement or any other person, as I earlier explained, is equally part of what? Money laundering activities. So if you acquired, uses, or even return, or take possession, or take controls of a proceed of a criminal activities, knowing fully well that it's a stolen items, it's a stolen property, that thing is a proceed of what? Criminal activities. And you went ahead to acquire that properties. That is equally part of what? Money laundering activities. Or you take possession. Oh, if I hold this money or if I take these properties that I have committed an offense to acquire, if I take it now and moving it from this point to another, I will be arrested. Then help me take it, so that you will look innocent, or you are not part of the system. You will go with it. You will go undictated with these assets. That is what you have taken possession of an item that is proceed of a criminal activities. That is also a part of what? Money laundering activities. I don't know whether if I'm communicating. So anybody who engage in this kind of activities and you are not lucky, you are caught in one way or the other, the offense, in committing that offense, or you have committed that offense, or even attempt to commit the offense. Maybe you want to commit money laundering offense, but you have not succeeded. You are caught on that process. It's as good as what you have committed the offense because of that intention. So upon conviction, you are liable to imprisonment for a period of what? 4 years. Not less than 4 years and not more than 14 years. In the case of an individual. Then a fine of not less than 5%, 5 times the amount involved in that committing of a crime. Let's say you make an attempt to launder 1 million naira and you wasn't successful, you are caught along the process. So you either be jailed, if you are lucky, you will be jailed for between 4 to 14 years, or you pay an option of what? 5 million naira. That is 5 times than the offense, than the total amount that involved in the committing of that offense. Or if you are not even lucky, the combination of the two, you will still be jailed and what? Pay 5 times than the amount involved in that process in case of an individual or even the body corporate. So where a body corporate, where it is a company that's involved in this process that assists somebody in perfecting activities of money laundering, that serve as a what? As a vehicle in which money laundering is committed. So no matter how placed is that company, the license of that company will be revoked. The registration with the CAC will automatically be terminated. And if there is any license issues to that corporate organization, it will be withdrawn. So that is total closure of that business, or even imprisonment of the directors that are operating that business. So what it means here, for any company, for any entity that engage in participating in the act of what? Money laundering activities, and that company was, or the promoters of that company were arrested, they can be in prison, and with the CAC registration of that company will be cancelled and totally what? Closed. That is what it means to involve, to make even an attempt, not even to succeed in the money laundering activity. Even if you make an attempt and at the end you are caught in that process, this is what will happen to the person. How I'm communicating. So let's quickly look at the terrorism financing. So what is terrorism? Of course, we'll be hearing it as well. It's as pronounced as the money laundering itself. Terrorist activities is all over the place. But what actually constitutes terrorism under the terrorism prevention laws and the regulation of the country? One is a violent threat against a person or a property to further a particular ideology. So mostly the purpose of terrorism, there is a certain ideology that the terrorist activities want to project or want to promote. So that is one of the angles that we are looking at terrorist financing. Hostage taking, kidnapping, and even hijacking. Anybody who under these laws and the regulation, kidnapping activities, terrorism, hostage taking is currently classified as a terrorist activities. Yeah, because when you look at it, when someone is kidnapped, you will ask the person either to do or abstain from doing a particular thing. So which is an act of terrorism. You either compel the person to do what is against his wish, or you ask him to abstain from doing a particular thing. The membership of a terrorist group or proscribed entity is equally a terrorism. So it doesn't mean that the person has to go and partake in any of the terrorist activities. Once you are a member of a group and that group is proscribed and identified as a terrorist group, you'll be charged for an act of terrorism, regardless of whether you have carried out the offense or not. Conspiracy, aiding and abetting to commit an act of terrorism is also a terrorism. Aiding and abetting from someone to escape from a lawful custody for the offense of terrorist activities is also a terrorism activities. So it is on the money laundering. It's not only under the laws and the regulation. It's not only committing the offense. Even if you attempt to commit the offense, you wasn't successful, and it is established that was your intention to commit a terrorist offense. It is also a terrorism offense. It is charged for terrorism. Then unlawful assumption of the character of any particular, that means unlawful assumption simply means behaving like one. Maybe like these terrorists you are seeing wearing military uniform. So whether they carried out the act, that wearing of military uniform, assuming to be a military person for the purpose of committing a terrorist activity on its own is a terrorist offense. or carrying arms and ammunition, or behaving the way like the military are doing, doing an exercise or training the way military are doing, but for the purpose of what? Carrying out terrorist activities is also what? Terrorism is also a terrorist activities. So then that is for terrorism. So let's look at terrorism financing now. So if you provided funds or properties to discharge or to carry out what? A terrorist activities, you are what? Financing the act of terrorism. Receiving or transfer of funds. You are a service provider, you engage in services of receiving or sending money for the purpose of terrorist or terrorism activities. You will be charged for financing the terrorism, Logistics support or services. A group that is proscribed as a terrorist group, and you engage in rendering services, you rendering support to that group to enable them carry out the terrorist activities, whether you are part or not, whether you partake in actual committing of the offense or not, you will be charged for what? Financing what? Terrorism. When you provide a place, a space, or even an accommodation, maybe terrorists want to have a meeting, and you are the owner of these facilities, you provided the facilities for the terrorists to use for the purpose of what? Their meetings or training or whatsoever it is, in as far as it's related to terrorists or terrorism activities, is financing of terrorism. Facilitation, consultation, or even training. You want to train somebody, or you want to facilitate, or you want to consult for a terrorist group, you are financing the activities of that terrorist group. So it doesn't mean that you have to bring out money, only money from your pocket, and give it for the purpose of terrorism before you can be charged for what? For financing the terrorism activities. So even if you render what? A training, a consultation, or you see a terrorist group coming and you saw law enforcement probably waiting for them, and you went to tell them that, if you follow that way, the law enforcement are there, they are most likely going to arrest him. You are consulting for the terrorists. In that regard, you will be charged for financing the activities of that terrorist or terrorist group. So what is the implication of that? Somebody who engaged in terrorism financing. In the next slide. So open conviction, you will see that it is what? Life imprisonment for a natural person. So if you partake in anything that I have highlighted earlier, you provided money, you give jobs, you give support, you give place, you host, and at the end, a terrorist activities take place, you will be charged for financing the terrorist activities, which is what? Life imprisonment. In the case of a body corporate, maybe it's a company that engage in rendering what? Services, and at the end, it render a service to a terrorist group, it will be fined up to 200 million naira for rendering that services, no matter how little that services is. And what? An imprisonment of the principal officers of that company of up to 20 years imprisonment for supporting the activities of what? Terrorist organization. Then after all, the company will be asked to pay 200 million naira as a fine. The directors will be imprisoned, and the company will finally be what? Wind up completely for supporting the activities of what? Terrorist organization. I don't know whether if that is clear to you. Yeah. Because as a public holders, that is where we are heading to. You should understand this concept, the terrorism and terrorism finances. You deal with the public. Sometimes you give out contract to companies and organizations. So you have a duty of care to know that these companies that you are supporting, that you are giving contract, you are giving jobs, they are actually not part and parcels of any of these criminal activities that we are talking about. That's where we are going to. That is where your own role comes in. That's where you need to comply with the extant laws and the regulation that guides these terrorists and terrorist financing. That's where you need to comply. So if you facilitate and the regulation that guides these terrorists, or you procured a service or logistics or job for a company, and that company later turns out to be what? A terrorist company. That means you are promoting the activities of that terror or that company. So you will be charged for financing the activities of a terrorist group, regardless of your status. In as far as it is established, or the company that you have a relationship with, that you have a dealing with, and that company is linked to terrorists or terrorist activities, or even money laundering, then you will also be part and parcel of that process. And of course, which is life imprisonment in the case of an individual. Then you will also be part and parcel of that process. So let's look at the proliferation of weapons, weapons of mass destructions, because these three elements, these three offenses always goes together. It is established that where one prosper, the other two will equally prosper. So they are birds of the same feather, they always fly together. Proliferation of weapons of mass destruction equally prosper. So they are birds of the same feather, they always fly. This simply means what? To manufacture, possess, or stockpile of weapons that are capable of what? Destruction of peace and properties. It could be a nuclear weapons, could be chemical weapons, it could be even biological weapons. So possessing, it could be a nuclear or to manufacture, or to take stage, or to stockpile so those weapons, even to transport it, to sell, they are completely banned in Nigeria. They are against the terrorism laws and the regulations. So no, the laws prohibit buying and selling of what? Weapons of mass destruction in this country. So no, the laws prohibit buying even materials that are used for the production of these weapons of mass destructions are equally what? Prohibited. That is proliferation. So where you render a service are equally what? Prohibited. The same thing applies like in terrorism. You render service, you render support, you provided a space, you render consultation, and at the end, a weapon of mass destruction was manufactured, or was produced, or was sold, or was transported through a platform. A weapon of mass destruction, you will be held responsible for financing proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. You will be held responsible for financing proliferation of weapons. So you have a duty of care to know that the people you are dealing with, as a public service, as a public office holder, they are actually did not engage in any of these activities. Otherwise, you will be equally held responsible for financing the activities of any of these things that we've mentioned earlier. So let's look at it. Where it is established, the person is engaged in doing proliferation of weapons, where it is established, upon conviction, the person is liable to 20 years, 25 years imprisonment. If it has not resulted to death, but if as a result of the services you have rendered, it resulted to death of one person or the other, it's death penalty. As a result of the services you have rendered, is death penalty. To death of one person or the other. So in the case of a body corporate, equally he has to pay a fine of up to 200 million. So probably, maybe as a logistics, as a transporting company, you help to evacuate or to move what? materials that are used for the manufacture of these weapons of mass destruction, and you are caught on that process as a company, you will be liable to a fine of up to 200 million. And imprisonment of what? The promoters of those companies for 25 years. Then at the end, winding up of the company completely.
An imprisonment of what? The promoters.
So as a public office holders, you have a duty of care to know who and who are you exactly dealing with.
So as a public office holder,
otherwise, you will fall within the categories of financing the activities of those people, or either aiding or abetting what? Money laundering, financing of what? Terrorist activities, or financing of what? Weapon of mass destruction.
Money laundering, financing of what? Terrorist activities, or financing
so the next slide,
weapon of mass destruction. So the next slide.
Okay. So let's look at how this thing takes place. How does the terrorists or money launderers or financiers of what? Weapons of mass destruction, how do they do it? How does it take place? That is the stages or the process in which this activity or the terrorists use in order to achieve these their set objectives.
The process in which this
so as I said earlier, whenever you are talking of money laundering, you must definitely talk of terrorism financing. And when you are talking of terrorism financing, of course,
whenever you are talking
terrorists cannot achieve their objectives when they don't have what? Weapons.
And when you are talking of terrorism financing,
so that is why any law that regulate what? Terrorist activities must regulate proliferation of weapons. Because they are made of what? The same feather. And the process through which terrorists get their money to fund their activities is actually through money laundering process. So that is why
and the process through which terrorists
the three offenses always goes together. They are made of the same feather. Anywhere you see one, the other one is behind it.
Offenses always go.
Anywhere you see one, the other one was behind it. Anywhere you see a stock or pile of arms and ammunitions, so you will see terrorists behind it. That one is certain.
You see a stock of
you will see terrorists behind it. And wherever you see terrorists, you should know that somebody is somewhere funding the activities of that terrorist.
You will see terrorists behind it.
Either with legitimately earns money or with what? With a proceed of another criminal activities. So they must have money, and the only way they could get the money is through what? Money laundering process.
So they must have
because there's no hardened criminal. No criminal, no matter how hardened that criminal is, the person will not come out and tell you, say, oh, I want to go and commit what? Crime. He must hide that process. He's in possession of money. He wants to use that money to promote a criminal activities. He can, even if you caught him on the process of doing it, that person would never agree to you that he wants to commit that offense until it is proved beyond what? Reasonable doubt. Even beyond that, they will still be arguing that that is not what they want to do.
Until it is proved.
So the only way they could achieve it is to hide and carry out that process, which is money laundering, as we explained earlier, right?
So the only way they could achieve it is to hide and carry out that process, which is money laundering, as we explained.
So it takes place in 3 stages. 1, placement. Somebody who is in possession of excess or in possession of a proceed of a criminal activities. As I just said, he don't want to be identified with that money. He wants to find somewhere where he can go and deposit that money. So that process is what is called the placement. It just goes either into a business or it goes into a financial system, goes into a bank and just deposit the money. That will help him what? Relieves him of the burden of managing that money. Because in most cases, money laundering and terrorism financing, they are cash cow. They are cash processes. So they always want to do away with it. So if you want to steal through a bank account, of course, it can easily be traced, right? So it's easier to steal through cash.
Through a bank account, of course, it can easily be.
So terrorists or criminals in possession of large volume of cash, they always want to quickly do away with it. Because even they themselves, they don't feel safe
So terrorists
carrying that large volume of cash. So they might decide to go to bank, just drop it into the financial systems, which is placement, or they go directly into a service providers or businesses and drop the money in there, which is equally what? Placement. So that stage of directly placing the money into a system to relieve them of the burden of managing that money is what is called what? Placement. Then the next stage is layering. After the money has been placed into the system, then the money launderer or a criminal or terrorist financiers, they give out what? Instruction on what to do with the money. Because as the money hits their bank account, bam, it moves. They don't want anything, they don't want the money to be traced.
Because as the money hits their bank,
the money move, they wire the money from one location to another, from one account to another, just to what? Just to disguise
the money move, they wire the money
source.
from one location to another, from one account to another,
just to confuse the system so that the money will not be traced. That is layering. Or transportation of goods in case of what?
The money would not be traced.
In the case of goods and services, where maybe the money is being used to purchase the goods, they quickly want to move out the goods from the location of purchase to another place. In case if they are being traced or if they are being watched, they've quickly moved the goods from one location to another location, from one location to another location, just trying to what?
Quickly moved
to distort the
goods from one location to another
trailing processes. That is layering. Some they even go as far as what? Placing bets.
Trailing processes. That is layering.
They will be in possession of the money. They don't want to the source of the money to be disposed. They will go and place bets. Probably lose part of the money and get some part of the money. Now they have what? Explanation as to where the money is coming from.
Lose part of the money.
Or what? They quickly convert it to other currencies. They just run
the money
to the foreign market, foreign exchange market, and convert the money to another currency. So where you are looking for naira, they have already converted to dollar or any other currency quickly,
the money to another currency,
so that to avoid what? Tracing. That process is referred to as what? Layering.
Currency quickly.
Then integration. This is when now the criminal now has the money back to him with explanation in that regard.
This is when now the criminal.
So probably those goods and services that he has deposited, take it and move it to another place. He's now what? Dispose those goods and services to have money to himself, either to finance
take it and move it to another
his terrorist venture or to finance his what? Personal lifestyle. Now he has explanation as to where the source of the money is. So the money has been completely what? Laundered.
Personal lifestyle. Now he has explanation as to where the
commit an offense.
So the money has been completely
layered the money into a bank account or into a business, quickly move the money to another location or to another business or acquire items. Now after some times, maybe he has noticed that okay, the area is calm. You quickly bring it out and sell, and now you gain back the money.
After some times, maybe
either to finance his terrorist activities or to finance his what? Personal lifestyle, or even to acquire what? Weapons of mass destruction. So that is why we said the money laundering, terrorism financing, proliferation of weapons, they always goes together. They use the same strategy, the same techniques, the same pattern.
Proliferation of weapons, they always goes together. They use the same strategy.
So as a publicly exposed or as politically exposed persons, so you have a duty to ensure that at the course of discharging your responsibility, any of this process did not pass through you.
You have a duty to ensure that at the course of
that is why it is compliance with this extent laws and the regulation. What is your own is actually to comply the laid down procedures which we are going to see.
Laws and the
of course, these are some of the effects of money laundering or proliferation financing or what? Or
of course, these are some
terrorism financing. So anywhere, any society that money laundering strives, you will see there will be what? Poor or decay or even lack of what? Public infrastructures. Because the money meant for all these things, that is the money that has been laundered. The money has been used to acquire arms to go and be fighting another set of people. The money has been used to finance terrorist activities.
The money has been used to acquire arms to go.
So what we are witnessing today is as a result of what?
The money has been used to
money laundering activities that is taking place in the country. Everywhere we are experiencing decay of public infrastructures.
As a result of what?
Bad roads.
Money laundering activities,
which is one of the effects of what? Money laundering and terrorism financing. So it is synonymous.
Bad road.
In any society where money laundering and terrorist activities are taking place, you won't see the public infrastructures coming up as it should be.
In any society where money laundering and terrorist activities are
so it has two ways. Either the money has been used
infrastructures coming
to finance these activities, or government has to now divert some part of the money meant for other development to fight the money laundering and terrorist activities.
Government has to now divert some part.
If you look at it, who can tell me the budget of the Ministry of Defense now in Nigeria now for the purpose of fighting terrorist activities?
Who can tell me?
You can see that it's huge amount of money that is going there, that the money that ought to have gone to what?
Terrorist activities
for development.
You can see that it's huge amount of money that is going.
Even if you look at the subnational, like in your own state here, even just recently we've seen the governor commissioning what? A lot of vehicles for the security operatives. That money ought to have been used for other good purposes. So if not for the insurgent,
that money ought to have
the level of insecurity that is high, then that shouldn't be.
So if not for the insurgent,
I'm correct.
The level of
so that is one of the effects of what? Money laundering.
Then that shouldn't be.
So as a result of that, the same money you are supposed to use to fix Akure or road, you are using the money now to buy vehicles, even ammunition and what have you, to fight
to fix
the insurgents.
You are using the money now to buy.
That is the effect of money laundering.
And what have you, to fight the insurgents. That is the effect of money laundering.
Lack of electricity or poor electricity supplied. Of course, where terrorists or terrorist activities prominent, it is associated with lack of what? Electricity. I think in the recent times we have experienced it in this country, where even the terrorists themselves, they are busy bombarding and destroying electrical infrastructures.
In this country, even the terrorists themselves.
So because the terrorist activities exist, so that is why we are experiencing this lack of electricity in most cases. Government will always fix and fixing what the terrorists are destroying.
This lack of electricity in most cases
that leads to poor electricity supply or even none.
Terrorists are destroying.
So the effect is on and on.
Poor electricity supply or even none.
Money laundering, terrorism financing, or equally what? Weaken our what? Weaken or inefficient financial system. So anywhere money laundering is, anywhere the money is mingled,
or inefficient
money meant for terrorist activities, terrorists are from an illegal source,
anywhere the money
from money laundering predicate offense. When it goes into a financial system, it tends to weaken the system. It doesn't allow the system to function properly because there will be so much money from an illegal source. That is in one aspect. In the other aspect, the other international communities, when they realize that a bank in Nigeria is actually what? Participating or what? Allowing terrorists or terrorist activities to pass in place, they cut off the financial systems. So they make our financial system not strong enough. You can't be able to transact with other legitimate economies.
They make our financial system not
with other economies that are considered to be clean and free from this, they cut our financial systems. I think just of recent we have that effect too.
Considered to be clean and free from this.
And that is one of the reasons some of the ATM cards we are having in Nigeria, they don't work abroad. At the time, we can't even use them for online transactions and what have you. That is what is weakening our financial systems. It's not making our financial system to compete favorably with the others' financial system across the globe. It's one of the effects of the money laundering in the system. So where money laundering strives, so those are some of the things that will be worth observing
in the system. So where
in our system
stripes. So those are some of the things that we
Yes, it put pressures on the financial and foreign exchange market. People who are in possession of Naira, they are obtained from an illegal activities. It's not easy for them to save that money in Naira or in that foreign, in that currency. They always want to change it, convert it to other currencies, and probably just keep. Which is what, as a result, put so much pressure on the financial system. Even those who that need the money, that need the foreign exchange to promote our economy, they won't be able to see. Because people in possession of what? Excessive what? Illegal funds.
Promote our economy, they won't be able to see.
Are putting pressure on the system. They are always in demand for dollar, which what as a result devaluate our Naira, and always the Naira is getting weaker against the dollar. Simply just because there are so much Naira chasing the dollar. And in most cases, an illegal Naira from an illegal activities, proceed of what? Criminal crimes, chasing the dollar at the expense of our economy.
Activities, proceed of what? Criminal.
So in that case, it puts so much pressure on the financial, on the foreign exchange market, and thereby weaken our own currency. That is one of the effects of money laundering too.
Foreign exchange market,
increase in crime, or terrorism, or even armed banditry.
That is one of the effects.
Yes, where money laundering stripes, there are excessive weapons in the systems, and what the terrorism activities will tend to increase as well.
There are excessive weapons.
Because there's so much money to buy arms and ammunition, and the arms and ammunition are common and in circulation. So thereafter, it tends to promote criminal activities like what we are witnessing today.
Are common and in circulation. So
what we are witnessing today, in terms of what insecurity, cannot be what cannot be unrelated to money laundering. It's because money laundering strives. People carried out corrupt practices and get away with it. And as a result,
because money laundering strives,
we have what?
People carried out corrupt practices,
increase in crimes everywhere.
And as a result,
as we have highlighted that earlier. So the
increase,
the effect is on and on and on.
As we have
The next one
earlier. So the
stunted economic growth
is on and on and
yes,
on.
where money laundering strives, we won't see any meaningful economic
growth.
Where terrorism activities strives, there won't be any economic growth in that area.
Economic growth.
Where arms and ammunition are circulating in a very common way, there will not be any economic growth. Unemployment, youth restiveness is equally associated in the money laundering and terrorism activities. Money meant for development of industry to create jobs
money laundering
for the young people are being laundered or are being used to finance terrorist activities. As a result, unemployment all over
are being laundered or are being used to finance terrorist activities. As a result,
so the side effects, the effect of money laundering is on and on and on and on. So we keep mentioning it, probably we might not leave here.
The effect of money laundering is on and on and on and on. So we keep mentioning it, probably we might not leave.
So let's quickly look at the laws and the regulations that actually prohibit money laundering in Nigeria. Then what are we expected to do?
That actually
let's go to the next slide.
Money laundering in Nigeria. Then what are we expected to do?
This is not working.
Please, let's go to the...
So these are some of the regulators that are established, or these are the agencies of government that has one thing or the other to do in the fight of money laundering. Having identified the effect of this money laundering to the society, then this agency of government has this obligations to fight the lack of CBN, NDIC, the NICOM, that they are directly supervising banks, financial institutions,
the lack of CBN, NDIC,
and other agencies. The Nigerian Customs Service, that they are at the border, always controlling who comes in and goes out with the money for the purpose of what controlling what terrorism financing. NDLA, the NFIU, of course, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, that collect information and share to other law enforcement to prevent what money laundering and terrorism financing. The EFCC,
information and
the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, that supervise designated non-financial businesses, that is other businesses that are not financial institutions, and the EFCC prosecute the offenders.
That is other businesses that are not financial institutions, and the EFCC prosecutes the offenders.
So the laws and the regulations, they are actually so much. Every sector of the economy has its own sector. But the first among it all, in an effort to fight money laundering in Nigeria, is the establishment of what NDLA, National Drugs Law Enforcement Agencies, and the issuance of these regulations. Then the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, that mandate banks and other financial institutions to put measures to make sure that banks are not being used for money laundering. The Act of Central Bank of Nigeria and the regulation issued by the Central Bank to guide designated non-financial institutions, to guide bankers. Then independent at the ICPC, the guide issued by the ICPC to control the inflow of what financial crime, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Just go straight, let me go to the point. I think we're against
inflow of what financial crime, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Just go straight, let me go to the point. I think we're against time. Go.
Just go on. There's one important point that I want to.
Just go on. There's one important point that I want to.
Yes, it's okay. Go back, please. Yes. So what are you expected to do? These are the things. All those are stories. We'll give it. You can read it as well. But that is just the basic. Haven't known the money laundering and knows the laws and the regulation that guides the money laundering. So you now, what is your own obligation? What are you expected to do in order to comply with these extant laws and the regulation? You have a duty of what? Entry control.
In order to comply.
So before you engage the services of any service provider, any contractor, any subcontractors and what have you, you are required under the Money Laundering Prohibition Act, Terrorism Prevention Act, to carry out an entry control. That means what? You have a duty of criminal background check before you engage your service providers. Before you approve or you engage any company to carry out any services for you, you have to do what? The criminal background checks. Who are the directors of this company? Who are the promoters of this company? Read about them.
You have to do what?
Whether they have any criminal record or not.
Who are the promoters of this company?
Then compliance with what? Government regulation. You have to make sure that all the companies, they are actually in compliance with government what? Regulation. They have the statutory license and approval to carry out the job that you are expecting them to do for you.
Regulation. They have the statutory license and
so you demand for all sort of what? Certification and approvals before you engage in the services of these companies. So this will help you to guide against what? Giving your jobs or giving services or rendering support or logistics services to what? To a terrorist group or entities.
Giving your jobs or giving services.
Then proper documentation. So you ask all sort of documentation.
Entities.
Some of you here that are former contractors, you know how it takes, more especially in the international organizations. They ask for all sort of documentation. They want to know who you are. What have you done? Where are you? Just to be sure that you are not what? Listen, you are not wanted, you are not a terrorist or a terrorist organization in any way. Then keeps what? Proper record.
Listen, you are not wanted, you are not
for a minimum period. At least the regulation provided that you must keep record for a minimum period of 5 years. but where you can keep the record completely forever, which is highly recommendable. But you must be able to preserve that record at least for a period of 5 years from the period when you have closed that business relationship with that person. Then you are expected to do what? Risk approach or risk classification. If somebody comes, you want to render a support service to that person, you do what? You assess the person. Look at the possibility of this person being a criminal. What are the chances that this person can be a criminal? You do all that analysis. Where did he come from? What kind of service did he want from you? Why did he need this service? Where you see that there's element of what? Suspicious activities or suspicious, then you are not expected to what? Continue with that relationship. Then geographical locations. You are equally expected to look at where the person coming from that you want to render the services. Where his place of doing business. Is that place actually prone to money laundering or terrorist activities? Where is the person coming from?
Where is place of doing business?
So you are required under these anti-money laundering laws and the regulations to check all these facts before you engage in an what?
So you are required
economic activities with the person. Look at the volume of the transaction that you want to do with the person. When the volume of the transaction is high,
economic activity,
you are expected what? To step up monitoring.
That you want to do with the person.
You check, you always follow up where the money is going to.
You are expected what?
So that money coming from you is not end up finding its way to the terrorists.
You always follow up.
And if the money is traced back to you, you will have questions to answer. You must be able to show that you have carried out all these due diligence before you be set free.
You will have questions to answer. You must be able
to
review that you have carried out
media reports. What is the information available to public about that particular person that you are looking for?
Media report.
What reputation does he have? What was he reported against that person? Then carried out was sanction screening.
What reputation does he have?
That's what we call the Nigerian list against that and the United Nations list. This is list of terrorists or wanted persons or designated persons that exist. The Nigerian Sanction Committee has its website. You can only refer to that website. Anybody you find in that website, you should know that is a completely a prohibited client or a prohibited contractor or a prohibited customer. So before you engage in any of that person, you must be able to run a search in the Nigerian Sanction Committee
in any of that
website.
You must be able to run a search.
So when you run that search, if nothing found there, it will show you that this name does not exist on that list. There's equally the United Nations list again in case of what foreign clients or foreign customers.
This name does not exist on that list.
So where you found that is not on the list, you are expected to print out that findings as at that time, and you document it against the record of the company. Then print out those and what? Then where you find out that person is actually engaged or is existing in any of that wanted list, either the Nigerian list or the United Nations list, you are expected to freeze the assets of that person and immediately report to law enforcement. So probably he might have mobilized to site, he comes in with some of his facilities, or even you are in possession of some of his money, and you later find out that that person is a terrorist or is on the terrorist wanted list. You are not expected to advance any payment anymore to that person. And if he has any property in your possession, you are not allowed to allow that person to take away that properties. You report to law enforcement agents as quick as possible. Next one.
You report.
Yes, reporting. So that's why I've already mentioned that. So I think with time.
Next one.
We've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for listening.
Mentioned that. So I think with time, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. And that was Mr. Ibrahim Boyi. He's the head Special Control Unit against money laundering EFCC.
And that was Mr.
He's in charge of the Bini
the head
Area Command.
Unit.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now hand you over to the chairman. We have 15 minutes.
Area Command.
The chairman is to round up within 5 minutes, and then there is question and answer time for 10 minutes. Thank you, sir.
The chairman is to round up within 5 minutes, and then there is question and answer time for 10 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to our resource person. My responsibility is not to take you around the topic or the assignment once again, but quickly let me remind you that our topic is listed on our first program for today: compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws and regulations.
Program for today: compliance with anti-money laundering.
We have been told that we have just 15 minutes or so, but in this regard, I know we are all learned, not in the manner of lawyers anyway, but I know we are all learning persons. When I look at the programs and the people that were invited here, we all know our onions, and there's no need looking at you as if you are a baby or you are babies. But our resource person has been able to tell us about money laundering as one major financial crimes, money laundering and terrorism financing, and again proliferation of weapons of mass destructions. We have been given the details of all this, how we can protect ourselves against running against the law, and the implications if one does. So it's an interactive one. I will leave it open to us. Maybe we take 2 here and we take 2 from this side. Any questions? If we have questions for the resource persons, please, from this side. Now, towards my right hand side. Yes, 1. Rise up, let's see you. Any other? From that side. 2. From this side, please. Any? Well. Where? Stand up if you are raising up hands. Yes, that's 3, 4. Number 1, please.
The chairman, the resource person, and distinguished participants. I have some observations. We know we have so many anti-money laundering laws, so many. But actually what should be of our concern is this issue of predicate offenses. 1, the resource person did not mention the issue of gift. You know, we are in a highly traditional society that respects when you do them something, they want to repay you back. So the issue of gift, does some of these things constitute one of the predicate offenses? That is one. Again, from my own observation, I think there should be a serious synergy, because they said we are politically exposed persons. And most times, some of the petitions that will be generated against politically exposed persons are not usually something that people they have done or committed any crime, but usually born out of some issues. So at that point, I think there should be a way of ensuring synergy between the various anti-money laundering agencies, that is to say EFCC, ICPC, and the state-owned
anti-crime agency. Thank you so much.
The second person, please. Ensure you round up your views or your questions so that others can take their time.
The chairman and our able resource person, my fellow participant. My question goes thus: in the area of terrorism, financing terrorism, a lawyer, a legal practitioner, if someone is arrested as a terrorist and such a person is charged to court, you will see lawyers coming out to defend the act of the person in the law court. Because nowadays you see most of us as a politician, most of us as civil servant going to university studying law and going to law school. In that way, sir, such a lawyer carrying out his legitimate duty, his assignment, where he feeds his family, can such a lawyer be regarded as financing, supporting, or whatever a terrorist?
Thank you, sir. Number 3, please. Number 3. Summarized your views.
The chairman, order cordially advised. I would like the person, the officials of the EFCC, to send us the flash of this, what he has said. And secondly, are there toothless dogs that cannot bite, that they can only bark? Because I saw that in the recent years, there are some people, the ministers, former governors, they are involved in acts of terrorism or sponsoring terrorism. But up to today, nothing is done for them. Thank you very much.
Fourth person.
Good afternoon, sir. We want to appreciate you for this kind of lecture today. Something has been bothering my mind. I thank God that we are having this type of lecture this morning. Thank God we have many agencies that can control the activities of money laundering in this country. Sometimes this year we heard about the activities of CBES. The clear money belong to some people in this country. They came to this country with some accomplices within the country. Please, I want to ask, sir, who are the authority that are supposed to contain these people? Because they had an office, placed the picture of the president, governor around their offices, and they collected the money of the citizens of this country, and they took it away. Who are the agency that are supposed to contain them? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The fourth person yeah, you were not the fourth person, but however, I allowed you. Please, can we hear from you? The fourth person. That's the
Yes, I was the fourth person, but I've been cheated, and I will pardon you.
Go on now. Summarize.
The chairman and the resource person, co-participants. For laundry to thrive, there must be collaborator. And I guess that banks in Nigeria are super collaborators of laundry. How do our money get to Europe without banks playing vital role? There was an act, or maybe I'm not a lawyer, so I will not know the language specifically, but there was a law stating that any money that will go out illegally must be alerted on the signals of EFCC. I don't know whether those laws are dead now. How many banks have been punished for laundry in the recent time? That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you. We allow our resource persons to react before before we move to another session. Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the gift as a predicate offense. Well, it depends on the context that you are looking at it and what constitutes an offense in terms of what gift. That is why all this regulation is because of the time frame that we have. That doesn't allow us to exhaust all these things. Probably this question we shouldn't have come up. So one of the things that agencies are required to do is to equally have what you call anti-bribery and anti-corruption policies within the organization. So every organization is expected to have a sound anti-bribery policies which equally constitute the gift, acceptance, and giving policy of that organization. So we have to look at it when you are dealing with the issue that has to do with the gift. Please take note of it. As administrators of local government, it is very, very important you have your anti-corruption policies. You should have developed their policies and implement it. You either adopt or you reach out to us, we can give you a sample of the policies of what is acceptable as a gift. So you will look at the circumstances surrounding the gift. What is acceptable within the what organizational limit as a gift and what is not acceptable? And what is the resultant effect of either giving or receiving that gift? So from there, we will now see whether if it constitutes an offense or not. That is one of the bases in terms of what the gift. So that has to be clearly be defined. But my colleague too is taking another slide on the abuse of office, and I'm sure he's going to emphasize more on that. So let me not go deep into what he's going to relax. So just exercise patience. That issue will be clearly dealt with under the abuse of office. You talk about reporting what reporting offenses, right? Whether it's genuine or not. Who answer?
I think he was talking about lawyers going to court. So one of them spoke about.
Okay, is the second person, but I didn't get this thing. So lawyer defending a terrorist, yes, that is the work of a lawyer, as you rightly said. And before the law, everybody is presumed to be innocent until it's proven otherwise. So, and lawyers, actually, they have their own ethics that guide their profession. And even at that, even after that too, it depends on the information that the client made available to them. So it is expected of the lawyer to actually defend the client. So for the lawyer to come out to defend somebody who is charged for the purpose of terrorism, that does not what qualified the lawyer to be what aiding and assisting this thing. Without it, probably there could have been what jungle justice. So the lawyer will analyze that and present the matter, even where they establish, even if the client commits the offense, they establish the circumstances that lead to the commission of that offense and probably was seek understanding of the court before the judge, so that there will not be what miscarriage of justice. That is one of the key responsibility of a lawyer. So for a lawyer who is defending his client against terrorism does not qualify the lawyer to be qualified to be used for financing of terrorism. Yes, we are going to share some of the presentation. Somebody that talk of the flash drive, we are going to share some of the presentation that we have at the end of the program. We will send it also that to serve as a reference materials now. Of course, EFCC is said can only back, cannot bite. So equally in that regard, I don't want to say so much because we have another presentation too that has to do with the success and the challenges of the EFCC. So we will see how far we have gone in the fight against all these issues, the successes we have recorded, and equally some of the challenges that are hindering the activities of the commission. CBEX, who is responsible authority to control their activities. I think someone asked that question. Yes. Well, our system, Nigeria is a very complex system, but we are trying to work around it. And most of these laws and regulations that you see cited here, they are mostly 2002, 2003 regulations. So some of these crimes are actually very new into our systems. So it's now that the regulations are actually coming up to regulate the activities of some of these activities. And if somebody who just went on to register his company for the purpose of doing business, they just went ahead to open a shops and decide calling people, and people who themselves will not do the proper due diligence. They will just go ahead and start putting in money, despite the serious campaign against it. There was a series of campaigns against it to discourage people, to ensure that the person is legitimately licensed to do that business. But people will not do that until when it gets bad, before they will now come out and start shouting. But nevertheless, EFCC has done so much, and we are still doing much. So no matter how good, how perfect is a system, somebody must somehow succeed against the system. Even in the so-called developed economies, even the Americans and what have you, issues like this do come up. It's not because the system is not working, but because no system that is perfect. So before one CBEX will come out, would have controlled thousands of it. We put a lot of mechanisms where businesses and professions were duly screened in our office, before they will be allowed to go and commence their business operations. So that is one of the things that we are going to discuss in our next paper, administrative of EFCC sanctions against businesses and profession. So we'll discuss more on that. But there are a series of efforts that is going on to make sure that has been suppressed. So it's not that where the EFCC is not doing anything or is not effective enough, but no matter what, somebody must beat the system. It is all over the place. America, with all their sophistication and system, they are still recording cases of terrorists and terrorist activities almost on daily basis there. So that does not mean that the system is not working. I have answered these questions. Yes, banks as collaborators for money laundering. Yes, there are layers of regulations against banks. Yes, some banks were actually found culpable of that, and they have been clearly sanctioned by the relevant regulatory agencies. Any bank that found wanting, that found to violate any provision of the anti-money laundering regulations, they were clearly sanctions. So our system, we are coming up. The system is not yet perfect, but we are getting there. Even the recent announcement that Nigerians has now joined the list of FATF visitors. What that means that FATF as the global anti-money laundering decision-making body, Nigeria now has a stake. We can go there and make our input, we make recommendations to global affairs in the fight against money laundering. So that means that our effort here in the fight against money laundering is getting global recognition. It's getting global recognition. We are initially blacklisted, later gray listed. Now we are even having a seat in the Committee of Nations worldwide, where money laundering policies are made for everybody to comply with. So this is just a little I will explain, and I'm sure some of these questions will be addressed in the.
Thank you, our resource person. And at this point, we want to take, I think we have come to the end of the first session. So let's listen, and maybe we'll be guided as to what to do after this.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Boyi Ibrahim and for the chairman of this section, also Honorable Chief Femi Idris. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We are on to another session, and the chairman of this session is Honorable Ayo Ajana, the executive chairman, Akoko Southwest Local Government. Please jam your hands together for him as he comes to the top table. Akoko Southwest, please keep clapping until you get there. If nobody will clap for your chairman, Akoko Southwest should be able to clap for their chairman. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. And the next paper is EFCC fight against economic crime, economic and financial crimes, successes and challenges. EFCC fights against economic and financial crimes, successes and challenges. And to take this is Mr. Williams Osagele. He is the Assistant Commander EFCC. Please jam your hands together for him until he gets here. Mr. Osagele, please, you have just 40 minutes to speak to your paper. Please keep clapping. He's not here yet. Or are you not happy to see him?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as has been said, we'll be speaking on EFCC and the fight against corruption, successes and challenges so far. So let's go. Okay, thank you. My name again is William Tosegale. I'm an Assistant Commander with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and Head Public Affairs, Benin Zonal Directorate. Okay. Oh. Okay. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission came into being, was established on April 13, 2003 by the government of President Olusegun Obasanjo due to the prevalence of corruption, economic and financial crimes, that Nigeria was almost becoming a pariah nation. The EFCC Establishment Act vests the Commission with the responsibility of enforcing all provisions of the law and regulations relating to economic and financial crimes, including the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, the Advanced Fee Fraud Act and other related offences Act 2006, the Faith Bank and Financial Malpractices in Bank 1994, Proceeds of Crime Act 2022, and many other laws. Essentially, the economic and financial crime has a mandate to investigate, prosecute, and prevent economic and financial crimes. Three key things: investigate, prosecute, and prevent economic and financial crimes. One way we do the preventive measure is like what we are doing here today, engaging with stakeholders so that they know the do's and don'ts. Core values of the Commission: 1, integrity, professionalism, courage, and collaboration. One of those core values is what we are exercising here today. we are collaborating with the state government to ensure that you are kept abreast with the relevant knowledge you need to have in discharging your duties at the local level and at the state level. Sorry, please go back. Okay. What are the special powers of the Commission? By virtue of the Establishment Act 2004, it empowers the Commission to do these two things. I'll need to read it so that you hear it. The EFCC may cause investigation to be conducted as to whether any person, corporate body or organization has committed any offense under the EFCC Act or other laws related to economic and financial crimes. The EFCC may cause investigation to be conducted into the properties of any person if it appears to the Commission that the person's lifestyle and extent of the property are not justified by the source of his income. What does this mean? As I used to tell young persons, especially those who are, when we engage with young person, if the Commission see a 20 years or 23 years old using a G-Wagon, we have the right to tell him, come and answer. Tell us how you acquired this. Same thing with anybody, whether you are in position of authority or so. If we suspect that you are living beyond your income, maybe as a public office holder, you were living in, you have a house here before, now you have moved to Banana Island, where land is very expensive for billions. Because you are a local government chair, you have a house there. We can call you and say, come and tell us how you bought this. It's very much within our law. We have not gone out of the law. If we invite you like that, it's invitation. If we invite you and you're able to tell us that based on the work I do, this is how I raise the money to fund that property, we will go free. Nothing will happen to you. But if we ask you and you start stammering that you cannot justify it, we look at your pay slip, check your bank account, that money, we have never made such money, then we can charge you. That's the law. It's not somebody trying to be wicked to somebody. That's the law that empowers the Commission to do that. So, other functions of the Commission: cause investigation into all financial crimes, including advance-free fraud, money laundering, counterfeiting, illegal fund transfer, future market fraud, contract fraud, romance scam. And you know we are very much on top of all this. We've been doing this over the last 22 years. Coordinates the enforcement of all economic and financial crimes laws. Some of those laws I talked about before: the Money Laundering Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Miscellaneous Offences Act. It's within the jurisdiction of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to coordinate it. Adopt all measures to identify, trace, freeze, confiscate, or seize property derived from terrorist activities. Not just terrorist activities, from money laundering activities as well. That's why sometimes you go around, you see some houses are marked under investigation by the EFCC. Investigation is going on. You come and explain to us how you acquire some of these properties. The adoption of measures to eradicate economic and financial crimes. Part of what we are doing today is that kind of measure, this collaboration, to ensure that you are kept abreast of the relevant laws and all that you need to know to equip yourself so that you do not become a victim, or so that you do not fall into the traps of those who want to use you. We collaborate with government bodies within and outside Nigeria to ensure the eradication of economic and financial crimes. I've just talked about our collaboration with the state government now. We collaborate with foreign bodies, FBI, Metropolitan Police, Scotland and Yard and all that. Engage in education and enlightenment. We do this often. We come to your state here to engage with so many secondary school students so that they stay away from essentially Yahoo. That's why we go to secondary school, the universities and all, to just engage with them so that they stay away from cybercrime and internet fraud. So this is where we are. Several convictions on money laundering and advance-free fraud. Over the years, the Commission has secured thousands of convictions, but I will be highlighting the very milestones achievement that the commission has made. The commission secured the conviction of Tafa Balogun. You may remember him, former Inspector General of Police. Somebody was talking about bank executives earlier, what we have done. The commission got the conviction of Cecilia Ibri, if you remember very well, former managing director of Oceanic Bank. Emmanuel Wunde and Amaka Najemba. These were two elements that succeeded from Nigeria here. They sold the fake airports in Nigeria here to a Brazilian bank and crippled that Brazilian bank. Luckily, we went after them. We were able to recover over 200 billion that was restituted to that Brazilian bank. Meanwhile, the bank before then, the bank had closed up. I mean, these two Nigerians, Emmanuel Wunde, he was a director in one of the banks in Nigeria, Union Bank specifically. He collaborated with Amaka Najemba, who in the course of that activities or that very dangerous event acted as the Director General of the Nigerian Stock Exchange in that particular incident. They closed the Brazilian bank. That bank, as we speak, is dead now. And that, if by Google account, it remains one of the biggest fraud in history. By Google account, that act of these two Nigerians is the third biggest fraud in history. Emmanuel Wunde, he was a director in Union Bank. Sorry, please go back. Of course, Francis Atuche, former managing director of Bank PHB, with the commission secured his conviction. John Yusuf, former assistant director, Pension Fraud Office, Lucky Gunedion, former governor of Edo State, Dipre Alamesera, former governor of Bayelsa State, Joshua Dariye, former governor of Plateau State, Reverend Jolly Niam, former governor of Taraba State. Those ones have been, 3 of those persons have been granted presidential pardon. Let me mention that here. That's the late Dipre Alamesera, Joshua Dariye, and Jolly Niam. Those 2 were granted pardon. The last 2, Joshua Dariye and Jolly Niam, by the immediate past government of our late president, Muhammadu Buhari. Okay. Clementilo, sorry, please go back. Clementilo was a pump sec at the Ministry of Productivity. His commission has been secured. Okay, Owosu, former managing director of Finbank. Doyin Okukwe, former senior assistant to the president of Nigeria. He served as former special assistant to President Olusegun Obasanjo, and he had a position too in the government of Goodluck Jonathan. May his soul rest in peace. The commission secured his conviction before his passing. Okay, these are some of the persons. The first man you see on that picture is Emmanuel Wunde. Of course, you've heard of Desiani and Alice Imadueke. The other person's face, who is wiping his face there, is Joshua Dariye. The other person is Francis Atuche. We are using their pictures here because these are some of the persons we have had issues with, and we have been able to prosecute some of them successfully in court. Go further. Okay. These are, in terms of recovery, these are 753 units of houses, duplexes, that were recovered from one single individual. These houses are built in Abuja. They were recovered from one single individual, specifically the former central bank governor. 753 units of duplexes. The commission has recovered this and it's been handed over to the federal government. Please go further. Okay, these are 2 other persons that were convicted. Tafa Balogun, Lucky Gunedion. Go further, please. Okay, these are, we talk about cybercrime. Many Nigerian youth are involved, but this operation was done last year in Lagos, where 792 cybercrime suspects were arrested. The building they took somewhere in Ikoyi is bigger than this. They were all operating there. Basically, we had 192 of them were Chinese and Filipinos. They were doing cybercrime, internet fraud in Nigeria. I'm sure you heard about it. We are prosecuting them. Some of them have been repatriated. Some of them have been convicted and deported back to their countries. Of course, they forfeited what was traced to them. Go further, please. Okay, I needed to just bring this. Maybe we need to just go through this because of the very delicate position you hold as local government persons and government officials. In 2022, Justice Mazu Abubakar of the Federal High Court convicted and sentenced 2 former account officers of Bauchi State Government to prison for financial misappropriation. The 2 convicts, Karo Chindo, a former chief accountant of Bauchi State Muslim Welfare Board, and Ali Baba of the Office of the Accountant General, both of them back 7 years imprisonment. One back 7 years and the other one back 3 months in prison. Their offenses were different anyway. An FCT High Court presided over by Justice Yusuf Halilu in 2017 convicted and sentenced the duo of Mohammed Audu and Yusuf Ayodeji to 105 years in prison for fraud. Audu was docked on 10-count charge, while Ayodeji was docked on 5-count charge. Both of them for conspiracy, abuse of office, and awarding contract to companies in which, listen, in which they had interest. Did you hear that? Companies, they awarded contract to companies in which they had interest. So please take note of that. On January 7, 2016, Justice Tuko Mazu of Kaduna State High Court convicted and sentenced former governor of Karo local government Ibrahim Baba to 7 years imprisonment without an option of fine. On October 5th of October 2016, the commission secured the conviction of Ibrahim Baba Gayos, former chairman of Hong local government of Adamawa State, before Justice B.B. Aliu of Federal High Court Yola on 10-count charge bordering on conspiracy, abuse of office, and diversion of funds. Please take note so that you don't become a victim, please, or you don't find yourself in that shoes. It's not our prayer for anybody. On Thursday, July 2022, Justice N.I. Afolabi convicted and sentenced Samuel Bolus Adamu, former chairman of Shongom, local government of Gombe State, to 31 years imprisonment for fraud. God forbid, it is you. Add 31 years to what you are. Add 31 years. Just add it to your years now. And see how you God forbid, it's not your portion in Jesus' name. So, but we must do the right thing. I'm not here to read this to intimidate you, just to let you know that we need to stay clean, uphold integrity, discharge our duties without being greedy and without running short of against the law. Okay, you know, one very bothering question or one recurring decimal question that people always throw at the EFCC is, what happened to recovered fund? Let's first we establish that for every fraud there's a victim. Every money that is recovered, if it goes through the court process, it's restituted to the victim. The money goes back to the victim. If it is the state government, the money can come back to the state government. Last year we recovered in 2022 we recovered some money for Kwara State government. The money went back to the Kwara State government. Most times the federal government is the biggest victim of many of this fraud, and such money, when it is recovered, is paid back into the consolidated revenue account of the federal government. But when you hear about that homogeneous money, because some persons will say the money has been diluted, no, there's nothing like that. Once it is recovered, it's paid back into the consolidated revenue account. If it is an individual like you, maybe somebody defrauded you and report to the commission, if that money is recovered, the money comes back to you. Has anybody has an experience with EFCC that money has been recovered? And do we have anyone here? No. If maybe somebody defrauded you, reported to us, we recover the money and we handed it back to you. Please acknowledge it and celebrate us. Okay, thank you. Okay, the EFCC at 2004 does not allow the commission to retain recovered fund or any percentage of it thereof. Okay, you know, I showed you the picture of the Ziani before. Listen to this. On February 15, 2017, the Federal High Court ordered the forfeiture of 23.4 billion, 9.08 billion, and $5 billion. The others are in Naira, and $5 billion traced to $5 million, traced to the former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alice Maduike. Of course, you heard about the Accountant General. The Commission recovered over 30 billion from this from Ahmed Idris, who was then the Accountant General. Adeshola Amosu, former Chief of Air Staff, the Commission secured the forfeiture of 2.7 billion recovered from him. If you are clapping, clap well now. If it was a pastor that was sharing testimony, I'm sure you would have been clapping. Thank you. Okay, Commodore Olugbenga Badebo, a former director of Finance and Budget of the Nigerian Air Force. The Commission secured the forfeiture of 190 million because some monies were traced to him through the purchase of farm. You know, my colleague talked about money laundering before. So much was voted for fighting Boko Haram. Many of these army generals, they appropriated the money to themselves. This was one of those that we traced some money to, and we got 190 million from him. Abdul Rashid Mena, a former chairman of the defunct presidential tax on pension reform, forfeited to the federal government more than 3 billion traced and recovered from his numerous bank accounts. Abdul Rashid Mena. I talked about Clementino before. Clementino, former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Productivity. On April 5, 2022, EFCC secured the forfeiture of 90 million, over 90 million, the other one $137,000 and £10,000 from one single individual. This money were recovered from him. He received as bribe from contractors engaged under this now arrested Reinvestment and Empowered Program. You remember the Shopee. That money was made when they removed that subsidy. Then, when subsidy was partly removed, he was the permanent secretary in charge of this. But look at what he did. These were some of the kickback he got from contractors. Recovery of stolen money and illegally acquired property worth billions of naira and other currency from one man. Okay, of course, we talked about the 753 units of duplexes that were recovered from the former CBN governor. Okay. Properties recovered from the late Chief of Defence Staff, Alex Bade, who was prosecuted by the Commission for alleged 3.9 billion fraud. Following his death, after the man passed, his family pleaded guilty and his company. Part of the property that was recovered from him today serves as the office of the Northern Nigerian Development Commission's office. One of the property that was recovered from him. Of course, so many other things were recovered from him. Over $1 million were recovered from him. Okay, please take the slide. Move on. Okay, what happens to some of these recovered proceeds? It will interest you to know that the Commission gave, from some of those recovered proceeds, gave 50 billion to jumpstart this to fund, which they use in starting this loan scheme for students in tertiary institutions. Tell your children to access it. The money is there. 50 billion came from the Commission from recovered proceeds of crime. Those 753 units of houses has been handed over, that I showed you earlier, has been handed over to the federal government. Maybe you can apply, you will get one. I like somebody to clap. You are clapping, clap well. Okay. Part of the proceeds property recovered from one civil servant in Abuja, the houses, because he was actually building a university, is be given. We got those properties, we traced those properties to him, recovered it. There's a final forfeiture order. He forfeited it to the federal government. When we have the Federal University of Applied Science, Kachi, Sata, Kaduna, that's where it started from now. Where the man was proceed of crime, he was using it to build a university for himself. But we traced it and he forfeited it. That's where the Sata Kaduna University, University of Applied Sciences, started from. Thank you, thank you. Okay, what are the challenges we face? Somebody was talking about that. Maybe we are just backing, we are not biting. At least I've shown you some of those who have bite very well. I hope you will not be the next person who bite. So our engagement here today is to ensure that you don't become one of those who will be projecting here. Sorry, what has happened? Okay, challenges faced by the commission: intimidation, harassment, death threats of officers, public misperception, cynicism. Some persons are not willing to buy into the fight against economic and financial crime. They say it's like that. The failure to take ownership. We need you to take ownership. Every one of us to take ownership. It's our country. If it is better, we all enjoy it. My director talked about the fact that elsewhere people are talking about collective wealth. Collective wealth in the sense that the roads are good, building, there is housing for all. There is the education system is functioning, the hospitals are working, the roads are good, electricity is good, employment is available. That's collective wealth. But what we have in Nigeria is like what the other person did. Only you, 753 units of houses. You want to take over a community, Abi? Okay, Madam say he wants to take over the world. Unfortunately, none of us will take over the world. We will all leave them here. But let's not be one of those who destroyed Nigeria. So, delay in prosecution of cases. Some of those cases are highlighted to you earlier. The Jolly Niami case started in 2016. We got judgment in 2018. 2006 to 2018. How many years? 12 clear years. Same with Joshua Darie. We were even looking in this instance that it was FCT High Court that was trying them. If it was at the Federal High Court, the judges would have moved and moved and moved. You know they transfer their judges very often. But he has challenged everything challengeable. He went to the Supreme Court before the Supreme Court gave judgment that the substantive matter should start the novel. We pursued it and we got the conviction of those two persons. Full trial, it wasn't a plea bargain. Another challenge we face is paucity of funds to carry out corruption prevention program. Go on. Okay, please, if you suspect your next local government chairman or your person or you are a councillor in the local government, your chairman is embezzling money, this is what you should do. Do a good petition to the EFCC chairman or the zonal director. State your name, phone number and address. Give it the petition a title. Give it a body. Tell us what the facts are. Put a conclusion to it. If you like, put your name. If you like, you can make it anonymous. Did you hear me? You can report the next person to you. If you think he's defrauding your state, report him and let's shame him. Okay, let's talk about these terms. Definition of some terms. You hear about 419, 419. What does it really mean? 419 is commonly used to describe the crime of obtaining by false pretense. It is derived from section 419 of the Criminal Code, which states any person who by any false pretense or with intent to defraud obtained from any other person anything capable of being stolen or induce any other person to deliver to any person anything capable of being stolen is guilty of this felony. Money laundering. We have talked so much about money laundering, but let me just give you the very quick definition. This you can put it at your fingerprint. It's the process whereby ill-gotten wealth is transformed so that it appears legitimate. What does this mean? You steal government money, you now come and build something like this, and you start giving it out for people to rent and bring money for you. You now think you have washed the money. That's, you have used, you have transformed it, you not build hotels, petrol stations and all. That's where you went to launder the money. You cannot say, they say this man, he served here before, he has so many businesses, so he's thriving. Meanwhile, it's our collective money you use in starting it. We'll come after you when we trace it. I'm sorry, we are not here to intimidate anybody really, but it's just to tell you that this is what the law says. Please go back, let me see, there's something I needed to say there. Okay, let's talk about this. You know, many of the convictions we've had against young persons, especially those who will get involved in cybercrime, is through plea bargain. Some of the political persons too, a few cases have gone through plea bargain, and plea bargain simply means a process by mutually working at acceptable disposition of a case between the defendant and the prosecution, subject to court approval. If you need more of this, refer to the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, Section 494. If you go there, you see it. The Commission is using this, and we are convicting a lot of persons who do not want to go through full trial. Really, why do we use it? The Nigerian Criminal Jurisdiction provides for the application of plea bargain. It helps to reduce the time and resources spent in protracted litigation. I told you, some cases, the Joshua Darie and Jolly Niam story I talked about, started in 2006, ended 2018. That's 12 years. If all cases go through that route, some of the witnesses may have died, some may have jackpot to Canada or so. If they were bankers, a lot of things could have happened in 12 years. So if anybody comes to us and says he wants to go through plea bargain, of course the law allows it. We go through that route. But you are a convict anyway. So what should you do as an individual in the fight against economic and financial crime? Let's echo it together. Refuse to take or give bribe. Let's do it together. Can we echo it in the hall? Refuse to take or give bribe. We are not echoing it loudly. Let's echo it together, please. So we know we are together. Let's refuse to give or to take or to give bribe. Report in request of bribe. When somebody comes to you and says you must bribe him, please, you can report to us. Reporting fraudulent practices. If you stay in an area where, or you work in an environment where there is no integrity, where there's that falls short of the simple test of integrity, you can report to us. Avoidance of any form and invitation of illicit gain. Illicit gain. Any attempt to shortcut the process, you want to do it quick. Avoid it. Please uphold honesty and integrity. Can we say we are honest? We uphold integrity, Abi? Hello, sirs. Hello, ma. Let's uphold integrity in whatever we do. Be positive role model. As local government chairperson, please stand out. As state government person, please stand out and be role model for our young ones. Don't siphon our money like the former CBN governor did. You want to own the state? Do you understand what I'm saying? Only you, 753 units of duplexes. What are you doing with it? If you live to be 100 years, you can't even sleep in all the houses before you pass. God will help us. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osagile Williams, the Assistant Commander, EFCC, said is the head of Public Affairs Unit, Benin Zonal Command. Thank you very much. You really did justice and you spoke to your paper even within 40 minutes. Please a round of applause for him. I now hand you over to the chairman, and you have just 15 minutes to wrap up, and then the question and answer segment is within the 15 minutes, sir, because time is not our friend.
Thank you very much. This session dwell essentially on EFCC fight against economic and financial crime, success and challenges, as presented by the Assistant Commander of the Commission and Head Public Affairs, Benin Zonal Office, in person of Mr. Williams Osagale. Essentially, this session dwell on the beginning of the commission, at least to the present stage in which we are now. Without going into extensive details of his paper, I just want to give some synopsis of his presentation, which borders on the establishment of the EFCC by several acts of the National Assembly, the mandate of the Commission, the core value of the Commission, powers of the EFCC to functions of the Commissions. And he read out the litanies of convictions, recoveries, and forfeitures achieved by the Commission since establishment. There he raised a poster about the uses of the recover fund by the Commission. Then we come to the issue of the challenges. As we all know, there is no organization that is immune from challenges. And tease our brain on how to lodge report of any substantive act of crimes. Then he went further to give us definitions of the various terms being used in anti-corruption palace. Then finally, he concluded on ways in which, as a citizen, as an individual, which we can support the Commission. I believe that he has treated us with a very potpourri of information. Once again, I want to ask that we give him a round of applause. Without making the session a monologue, we want to ask for our own contributions, advice, suggestions, or even disagreement with his paper or questions, so that the session could be extremely interactive. And I want to toe the line of the chairman of the Local Government Service Commission, who earlier decreed that 2 from this session and 2 from here, so that we won't waste most of our time. And I want to appeal, if anyone has raised any question that is similar to your own, just drop it to save our time. Thank you very much. I think I saw a commissioner at the local government raising a hand there. Number 2. To my right here. I will give away your slot. Nobody. Then somebody is raising a hand there earlier on. Okay. 3. Okay. 4. Thank you. Number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me briefly join you to commend our brother, Mr. William, for a beautiful presentation. I have comment and question. 3 segments briefly. Number 1, want to observe your preventive mayor, sir. Personally, as former chairman of council, I want to observe that our anti-corruption agencies are doing well, but they still have a long way to go. Your preventive mayors seem to be somehow selective. I'm not talking of prosecution now. I'm talking of preventive mayor. In a situation where you have anti-graft agencies, not one or two, there are many, and you see an individual from what you showed to us here and what we already had, e.g., the former governor of CBN, building a whole community in Abuja. I reside both in Abuja and Akure. I have seen that property for a long time. I don't believe, sir, that it should take our anti-corruption agencies a solid 8 years to blow such a whistle or to blow it open that a government official was committing such a huge fraud under our government. So I believe your preventive measure need to be geared up, sir. Number two, your recovery. And when I mean yours, I'm talking of the anti-corruption generally. Sir, there are some of these recoveries that has to do with the national economy. But when you talk of payback, in most cases, the federal government are the core beneficiaries of this payback. E.g., money defrauded by the productive agencies like the CBN, the NNPCL. When you recover some of this money, the payback goes to the federal government. I have an example. When I was chairman of council between 2003 and 2007, there was an incident in Ondo State where 16 of our local government were made to pay back 4 million naira on what was claimed to be a not too clean drug contract then. It was only a press out and Ose, where I come from, that did not pay the money. But after paying that 4 million naira, we thought that the money be refunded back either to Ondo State or those local government. It never. And which I believe those money then were paid to the federal government, which was wrong. And the last one, sir, you talk about your challenges. The biggest one, you never mention it, which I believe and I term political interference from high places. If you don't talk about your if you talk about your challenges and you don't talk about political interference, which has made your job a selective one before an average Nigeria. So how do you confront the political interferences? Thank you.
Our guest lecturer, I salute you. My question is on recovery. Where money is stolen directly or indirectly, and 10% of that money goes to the church as tithe. And you said in your recovery note that when money is recovered, it goes back to the victim. Who now is the victim? The church or the place that the money was stolen? And how are you going to recover the money from the church? That is my question.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. At times I want to confirm maybe the police and the NDLA have the same function with EFCC. The police and the NDLA, maybe they have the same function with the EFCC. Because at times on the highway, we see the NDLA and the police, they be checking the youth phone, our students. We have some students. At times they may have victims that they are doing internet fraud. But I just want to confirm, maybe they have the same function with the EFCC, the NDLA, and the police. And my second question, sir, we have some appointee in our midst. We have appointee. We have the elective and the appointees. And there are some business that we engage in before our appointment that we don't really need to register with the CAC. Can we still continue with the business despite the fact that we are being appointed? Can we still continue with the business? Because there are some, even the buying of cars from American, doing some business, car business, you don't need to register with the CAC before you can get it done. So can we still continue with the business, or do we need to engage in business registration before we can merge it with our political position? Thank you.
Distinguished members of the top table, all other parts of the protocol duly observed. I want you to permit me, please. I want to be a little blunt because I am a journalist. And you know we are closer to the people at the grassroots, and we also reach to the people at the top. And a lot of people believe that EFCC is good. But people see it, a lot of people see EFCC as a tool by any government of the day to witch hunt opponents that are not in their political parties. People believe that if you steal in a party and the EFCC is after you and you just come to the party of the day, you are covered. That's what a lot of people believe in. I've heard them say it a number of times. I'm not saying they are correct. You understand? We all know that the fear of EFCC is the beginning of wisdom. But then, a lot of people also believe that if EFCC is an autonomous body, not under the government, because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. If you are not under government payroll, you'll be able to do your work the way it should be. Because you cannot fight the government of the day when you are being paid salary by the same government. That is it. And a lot of people also believe that the money recovered is not commensurate. People think that, for instance, in the last 2-3 weeks, I've been to Delta Edo. Thank God, I know you are a Benin man. You see the road between Delta Edo is a death trap. When journey that should last 2 hours, you're traveling for 10 hours. That such money is recovered. If it is duly used, people will continue to applaud EFCC. And I think there's something we can do to make the people actually have faith in EFCC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Number one, sir. Well, I've listened to your presentation and plethora of cases that EFCC have been able to convince high-profile people in Nigeria. But my question, whether it is question or opinion, sir, let us, after investigation, your charges ab initio, if we look at some of the charges you preferred against some of these defendants, you will observe that already you have exonerated them. They are highly defective charges. I will not mention name, but of recent in this 2025, you will agree with me that the charges you preferred against one of the defendants is ineffectual. When you look at the evidence, it's at variance with the charges against that person. The proof of evidence is nothing to write home about. And at the end of the day, there is no way the defendant can be found guilty. Secondly, sir, before you take any of these defendants to court, I will suggest, sir, that there should be legal advice from the legal unit of EFCC to ensure that the charges, the evidence and proof of evidence, they are not in variance with the charges. Then the second one is this plea bargaining. Probably this week or last week, the former Accountant General of the Federation is from Kano. We heard that some of these people, they are rearing wild animals. That one very big snake is roaming, a crocodile or snake is roaming about Kano because they have enough and sufficient money to rear wild animals. I want to ask, sir, this plea bargaining, when somebody has stolen trillions of naira, and at the end of the day, through the plea bargaining instruments or legal jurisdiction, you ask that person to pay very small amount of money, like 30 billion naira. Does that amount to justice? Then I opine that this can even allow some people to say, yes, let me steal trillions of naira. Then plea bargaining will do the rest of it. So I suggest, sir, that when we are looking at the philosophy of plea bargaining as initiated in our Criminal Justice Act, we should look at it very well so that the justice aspect of it will do what? We come to terms. Thank you. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much. Issue has been raised. Comment, observation. So we now turn to our facilitator to do justice to some of the concern raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Let me just start from the last question because it touches on the plea bargain, and our head of legal is here. I know for a fact that this plea bargain is not done by the commission alone. It's done in conjunction with the defense and the court itself. You understand? It's a tripartite thing. It's not, the decision is not exclusively within the EFCC to just take. So if it is not, if the court finds it unworthy, they will reject it. But so far so good. That's what the law allows that, and we'll be using it successfully. But I understand what you have said. Maybe I will escalate this to the office. But looking at the other matter you talked about, the fact that our charges are, you said they are deficits, they are not good enough. I beg to disagree. I said this as a matter of fact. Why? Because the commission has some of the best crop of lawyers. The commission, really, we have some of the best crop of lawyers in town. As an organization, I do not think there's any government institution in Nigeria today that boasts of the caliber of lawyers we have. I said this with let me back this up with what has happened, what we have got in the commission. You know, the rank of senior advocate is difficult to come by. I'm not a lawyer, but I know it's very difficult to come by. But the commission in the last how many years, based on what they do in the commission, 6 of our colleagues have become SAMs. I mean, based on what they do in the commission, I find so that if their charges were not good enough, the Supreme Court and all those who are in charge will not honor them with such very prestigious award. I'm talking about some of my colleagues who have become SAM. Some of them have gone to become judges now. One of our colleagues is at the Court of Appeal. So many of them are thriving, even those who have left us. Okay. I don't know whether you can still hear me. Okay. So, on the basis of what the lawyers are doing in the commission to become SAN, which I know that some very many years, lawyers with 20, 35 years in the bar, they have not been able to get. I think it's because of their resourcefulness. That's why they are giving them that honor. I don't think, again, that any lawyer, any serious-minded person who want to file a charge in the court that is defective on his own. At least you have that responsibility. And again, the commission do not work. It's not a one-man show. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. It's not a one-man show. It's not a one-man show that I will draft the charge, file it. They are layers. We have an executive chairman. The current executive chairman is a lawyer, by the way. We have other lawyers in the department there. So if you are given a case as a lawyer in the department, and you draft your charges, to go to your superior. Sometimes it gets as far as the executive chairman before it is filed. No investigator, in short, the investigators don't file charges, it's the lawyers themselves. I think our lawyers know their audience, and they are doing well. Thank you, sir. Madam did ask a question. She talked about the fact that we can do better, so that people can see us from the perspective that we are dealing with the right people, and that we are not too in the hand of government. Very clearly, I would say yes, we are not tools in the hand of government, because in the past, many of the convictions that I listed there were secured even in the party that was in power. Hello, sir. Parties that were in power. The Tafa Balogun that I talked about, it was the IG, that's the Inspector General of Police of the Olusegun Obasanjo's government. It was in his, when he was IG, that the then chairman of the EFCC, a petition was against him, and they prosecuted him. And there are other cases like that. The other persons I talked about, some of those other governments, their party was in power when they were prosecuted. So, but you know, it's easy for people to say all kinds of things. Yes, I established for a fact that we can't deal with all issues at the same time. But let me bring this to you. You know, for those of us who grew up in the village, when you see a chicken lay eggs, it sits on the egg. You don't see, you may not even be able, if you are the owner of the chicken, you may not be able to count the eggs as at that time when he's sitting on them, except he gets out. That's what it is. When people are in power, they cover their atrocities. So it's when they leave, it's easy to deal with. Do you understand, sir? So that is what it is. Because now you are there. The tendency is that every loophole you are blocking, you are covering. You are able to silence those who are there. By the day but when you leave, your atrocities, people will publish them and tell the world this is what you have done. That's what it is. That's why sometimes it's like when the people leave power that we deal with them. But when we have very serious evidence, even against those who are in power, we prosecute them. Madam, I hope that is with. Okay, our first, the first talker that has a question say, well, what we're doing about the preventive measure is selective. I may not, maybe I don't understand the selectivity of this. Is it that we're not reaching out to everybody in the terms of prevention?
I think his position is that your preventive measure is not effective.
It's not effective. Yes. Okay? People choose not to hear, sir. You know, somebody talked about CBS here the other time. Before then, we had published 58 companies Ponzi scheme warning Nigerians don't invest in this. People still go ahead and invest. We will publish it in conjunction with other relevant bodies, CBN and all. Run adverts on television stations. That this is when you see this run, don't invest. People don't hear. They want to make money quick. The CBS thing with all the noise that was made. Today we are saying it here. Let somebody come and establish something similar in Akure here. Your brothers and sisters, they will still invest. You know why? Because the first one or two person got, they believe that they will be the next. And when, you know what it is? Once you go, the person collect your own, collect the other person's own, they run. Something happened very recently in Auchi. Somebody sold rice at a very discounted price and told other people, bring money, I will give you a bag of rice. A lot of people went and put money. And now the man is nowhere to be found. You see what free things can do and cheap things. So let's be careful. Nigerians like free money. They want it free, and there's no free money anywhere. That's why those Ponzi schemes. Just watch. Maybe they've not thought about that. They will come. But we are telling the world, don't do this. We run advert on TV. We run everywhere in conjunction with relevant bodies. People won't hear because they just want to. We go to schools to talk to students. I've been to Akure here, speak to students in schools. Their interest, I'm telling you, sir, students in secondary school, their interest is how to make money. I was discussing with somebody, a 15-year-old boy. I went to talk to them in their school. He told me his elder brother that left the school. Why am I saying internet fraud is not good? He's using the GAK, and he just left school. That is, he too wants to buy a GAK. How will I say it's not good? So you see, he has made up his mind. Despite our lectures, he's falling from the other ear. He's made up his mind to go into cybercrime. So that is what it is, sir. Nigerians or some persons are deviant. They just want to follow the other side. They want to make money quickly. Why should somebody invest in Ponzi scheme for God's sake? You convert your money, the cheapest thing, to dollar. Give it to somebody you are not seeing. You don't even know where he is because they match one office, even with all the campaigns. And you expect to double it. You put, for instance, $1,000. You expect to get $3,000 at the end of the month. Okay? If it is working, Dangote will not establish a refinery. He will put his money into that so that he can triple it immediately. Well, you talked about the fact that you paid 4 million, that the local government paid for 4 million. I don't know who you paid it to. You didn't talk about, is it to the federal government? ICPC? Was it a refund for something? Are you sure you were actually dealing with ICPC? You know why I say this? Some persons, we've seen it in our organization, some persons impersonate even EFCC as we speak. I tell you very quickly, in Lagos, a very confident fraudster got a supposed court injunction, went to somebody's house and told the person, went with a truck, went there and told the person that there's a court order, is a fraudster, that the court gave an order that this property in your house should be confiscated. Okay. You people can follow up on that now. You can follow up on that. This is such a listen. But I know again, I bring this to you. When Ibori, the former debtor of Delta State, wanted to bribe the then chairman, Nuru Ibadu, with $15 million as at then, he took the money to CBN, lodged it there, got a receipt for it. Because Ibori was in power, Delta State government denied that money was not theirs. When Ibori left, they applied for it, and federal government fought them. Got judgment because they denied before that money was not theirs. You understand? So I don't know. So just look at that your issue. Maybe some people, well, I don't know. The Baba there, our brother there has the fact that if somebody steals money and takes 10% to church, whether God will refund the money or be. I don't know how to answer that. But I think such pastors, you know, it's unfortunate that we have let me say, I don't want to say fraudsters. Where is the word? Many fraudsters are on the pulpit, defrauding people. But if you report to us early, we could trace it if the church has not expended it on church product. If they had built a house, it's difficult. But really, what is important is please report to us when such thing is going on before that money is expended, so we can actually trace it and return to the appropriate place. The other brother has the fact that whether EFCC and police, whether they are doing the same thing. EFCC and NDLA, if they are doing the same thing. NDLA's mandate is clear. NDLA is to fight drugs. Police has a universal function to deal with so many things so that there can be law and order. I don't know how you encounter them, but if you run foul of the police, they will deal with you. But ours is specific, economic and financial crimes. Under that is where you have cyber crime and internet fraud. That's why we run after them, because of the reputational damage they do to us as a country. You heard about the young man that swindled the US government through the inauguration fund of Donald Trump. You may think it doesn't affect you, but it affects you in a way, because you are looked at from that perspective of the fraud committed by that person. If you go to that country tomorrow, they look at you as your brother. Visa restrictions, so many things fall in place. Your brother that is there could suffer some things too because of that. That's the consequences. Okay. This question was not asked in the open. I will not answer it. I will leave that. Say the person didn't stand up to ask the question. I want to leave that. Thank you, sir.
Please, there is one important question here from the floor, which is, and that goes to the fact that whether as a political appointee, are you permitted to engage in other businesses?
Okay. Oh, thank you, sir. I know the public service rule allows you to get involved in agriculture very well. If you are doing agriculture, please go ahead. Make sure the government will support you. That's the one I know. But if you are doing other things, our head of school is here. You may need to register. But for agriculture, you are permitted 100% to do it. Ensure the government will support you. But if you are working for government, you want to take another appointment, maybe now you are a local government, you want to be a lecturer at which university? FUTA. It's an offense against the law.
Thank you very much. The person that asked the question whether as a public servant or public official you are also permitted to engage in any other business. If you look at the code of conduct, it's in the Constitution. We are supposed to know the Constitution. You know that you are not permitted to do any other thing that will give you revenue or give you income if you are working or any salary. So it's an offense for you to say you are working for government, any salary and selling cars or any other thing, except, as he said, agriculture. So know that. And we have prosecuted and convicted so many public officers for this. Thank you.
Okay, Madam is asking, money being recovered, how is it being used? You know, I talked about the fact that we gave 50, from that money, 50 billion was expended for NEFON, give it to NEFON to jumpstart the student loan scheme. Aside that, some victims could be individuals like you. So when you hear that homologous amount, it's not all the monies that are for the federal government. Some are for state government. If a former accountant, maybe the former accountant of this state, defrauded this state of money, if we recover that money, it will go back to Ondo. Whatever Ondo does with it is not our business. It's not within our jurisdiction to tell the owner of the money that we recovered, go ahead and do so and so with it. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand, ma? Sometimes too, if it is in foreign currency or a foreign citizen is defrauded, all we could do is through the embassies of those people, we forward the money to them, to the victim. But whatever they do with the money is their business. We were talking about political interference. Madam wants me to answer that. Political interference. What I could say is, sir, very important, yes. What I could say is that we have been lucky that we have a president that has supported us in the past, even now, in the fight against economic and financial crime. I told you about Obasanjo, under his government, under his what, a former IG was convicted. Under Buhari's government, that's in 2018, a member of his party, that's Joshua Dari and Jolly Nyam were convicted. It was under Obasanjo's government too. Yes, Joshua Dari, Lucky Bede, they were all in PDP then. They were convicted. So we do not lack that support. What we lack is the support of the masses, the populace, because of the cynicism that, you know, we are not there. We have not convicted all the criminals, but it cannot be done in one day. We'll keep striving. We'll keep dealing with them. One day, with your cooperation, we'll get to the promised land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please jam your hands together for the chairman of our segment. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you, Honorable Ayo Ajana, the executive chairman, Akuku Southwest local government. Thank you very much. Thank you also for the resource persons. Thank you very much. Lost but found. We are told that a purse was left on a table there, and is with this man in red. Please, you can get it with proofs of identification, proof of ownership. That is yours. Thank you very much. We are told that it's time for lunch. How do we go about lunch? Lunch. People will be served on their table, Abi? Okay. Lunch time. Okay. Time for lunch. And maybe some 2 minutes or so to just move around. Say 2 minutes to just move around while the lunch is being served. So and it's not too good for us to sit hours on ending. Please just stand up, move around, fraternize within 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes while the lunch is being served. Please, caterers, be fast about it because of our time. It's already past 3. Thank you very much.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Now the worshiper in you, wake up. Now the worshiper in you, wake up. This is my story. You are my song. All day, all night I will sing of your faithfulness. This is my story. You are my song. All day, all night I will sing of your faithfulness. From my spirit to my soul, until my voice re-echoes, you are worthy of my worship, worthy of my praise. From my spirit to my soul, till my voice re-echoes, you are worthy of my worship, worthy of my praise. Somebody release your worship. Yeah, yeah. We worship. Prospeme Kombarala Natela. Lift it up, everybody.
Please let's be on our seats. As they're serving the food, they'll be serving the tables. Please let's be on our seats. Because only those that are seated will be served. Please let's be on our seats. They've already started serving. Thank you very much. Ẹ jẹ́ á jókòó, wọ́n ti ń serve oúnjẹ.
So from my spirit, from my spirit to my soul, until my voice service today. The very person that sang that song. That's wonderful. He came from Congo. Sing it. Kisi aso.
he said, there's the God who took away my shame and gave me glory. If that's your testimony this morning, lift your hands. For some of us, they would have laughed at us. For some of us, people would have said, look at them, look at him, look at. But for some of you, you are here because of his grace. If you are like that, if you know you are standing because of his mercies, I want you to get ready. Wherever you are. And just join the host of heaven as they cast their crowns to just say, holy is the Lord. Father, we worship. We give you praise. Lift your hands and really sing, holy.